Drop it low, let me play that back.
What?
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Engadget CES stage. I'm Roberto Baldwin, and I am here with George Hotz, hacker, entrepreneur, rabble-rouser, rapper. How you doing?
Pretty good.
Now, if you don't know who George is, first person to hack the iPhone, hacked the PlayStation, and more recently got into autonomous cars by building one in his garage and then deciding, you know what, I'm going to make a company. Let's talk a little bit about your love of AI and how it sort of transferred into working on vehicles.
Well, self-driving cars are going to be the most influential AI application in the next 5 years. Like, you talk about AI replacing jobs, people are going to see it in 5 years. Like, wow. And maybe the average person will start accepting that self-driving cars are AI. Oh, chess, that wasn't AI. Jeopardy, that wasn't AI. Go, who even knows what that is? But self-driving cars.
Yeah, I mean, it's something you see. It's a tangible thing,
Yeah.
and it's easy for people to understand. Because when you explain AI and this sort of nebulous, people, it's like, well, is it how? What is it? And you're like, well, this is what it can do, as opposed to shooting you off into the depths of space.
And you look at like DeepMind's victory in Go this year. Incredible technical achievement, but most people just don't understand it.
Mm-hmm. So, because of that research and what's going on with AI, let's talk a little bit about Comma AI. This past year, you built your car and then you started a company and then
we launched a product. We canceled a product. Some people thought we canceled the company. That's what we call fake news. It's a real problem these days. And then we open sourced it and made a lot of the parts available completely free. You can go to our GitHub, github.com/commaai, and you can download and build your very own self-driving car.
And let's back to the fake news element of this. What sort of brought about the end of the being a company that builds hardware? Because that was sort of the original idea, was you would build a software and then you would have this hardware that you would sell.
Well, we're not opposed to potentially even doing that in the future. We're really only going to ever be 1,000, shipped. At that sort of quantity, it's not worth it to fight the legal battle, right? Let's figure out, the Comma 1 was mostly a technology demo. Let's get the demo out there, open source. Let's build an ecosystem around it, and then when we ship the Comma 2, we'll sell 100,000 of them.
Okay.
Hypothetically, if we ever ship a Comma 2.
Yeah. And I know one of the issues with AI right now, or mostly with self-driving vehicles, is a little bit is the regulatory issues. I know that was one of the sort of deciding factors in what you did, and it was recently Uber launched their self-driving car ride-hailing in California, and California's like, nope, and they had to head off to...
Yeah, California doesn't like innovation. Innovation happens despite California, not because of California.
And did you... well, obviously we know where you stand at this point. But what do you think what does the industry have to do for states like California to sort of understand where they need to be in this? Because it has to be a partnership. It can't just be companies just running off willy-nilly.
A lot of it is just so premature, right? I understand the need for regulation. If you're shipping, 1 million of these to consumers, this is research stuff, right? It's absurd that they're trying to regulate it so early. I hope the new federal administration will be a lot better. No promises about the California administration. But, I think Uber was in the right. They just chose not to fight the battle. I'm sure we'll see that battle, and hopefully things will shape up.
And so now, past the regulatory issues, let's talk a little bit about the open sourcing of Comma, the Comma Neo. You can go to GitHub right now if you're smart enough. I can't. It's branding.
I'm a shill.
He's a shill. Well, for your own company, I guess that's okay.
All right. I'll shill for you for like $5,000.
So, what if someone wants to build their own self-driving car? What do they have to do at this point?
So there's two things that we open sourced. One is the Comma Neo. The Comma Neo is this piece of hardware. It's really a fancy smartphone case. It's a smartphone plus a car interface. And there are plans online. You can build this. A hardware guy made a really beautiful manual. And then you can install the OpenPilot software, which is the software that actually, it's, self-driving is a funny word. It's similar to Tesla Autopilot.
And now, do you have any concern about just random people just putting this in their car? It's just like, where do you, is there concern that people are irresponsible?
So, put it this way. I would much rather drive on a road full of self-driving car researchers than a road full of teenagers and old people. And both teenagers and old people are allowed to drive cars.
So, robots above. So when it comes to driving.
Yeah. No, again, you're still in control of the car at all times. You have to pay attention at all times. People do understand this, and we've seen people use it very responsibly compared to teenagers. Now, teenagers with self-driving car tech. Yeah.
So if you're 16, you're thinking about building this, maybe call George. He'll set you straight.
Even them, I trust more than the average teenager. You're smart enough to build that.
Yeah. So now let's talk a little bit about the current state of autonomous vehicles.
Sure.
CES has turned into, especially this year, everyone has some sort of autonomous self-driving. Either it's an auto manufacturer, it's a startup. You can't swing a stick in the North Hall without hitting a self-driving researcher. Well,
I heard last year CES became cool again thanks to cars. Car companies realize that they're dying, and if they don't pivot and become consumer electronics companies, they will fail. So, hey, they all started showing up at CES, and they got a lot of money. They built cool-looking booths. Cool-looking, maybe substance lacking, but some of the research teams there are really good. You got AI Motive, Hungarian team. You have companies like Nauto, who, okay, they work with insurance companies, but it's a good business model. Though if you want what Nauto has for free, you can download our app called Schiffer.
Chill.
Shell, I got a shell, come on.
And along those sort of those lines, when it comes to the automotive companies becoming, consumer electronics companies, a lot of what you're seeing is, in addition to self-driving car, what happens in the car while it's driving by itself.
Yeah, where it's way too soon to really think about that, right? Could they please make a volume button that doesn't drive me crazy first? Like my Honda Civic has this touch volume thing. It lags. I press it and I wait a second for it to change the volume. Can you fix that before you talk about being the IoT connected blah, blah, blah of the mobility future? I push the button, it lags. I want to zoom on your map. I take my iPhone out, I zoom, it's nice.
So do you
I'll buy the iCar, by the way.
you buy the iCar?
Yeah, if Apple made it, I'd buy it.
If they made it?
Yeah.
It seems like a long shot though.
Oh, I wish they would.
Yeah. Well, and let's talk a little bit about these technology companies that are getting, like,
Yeah.
Google. Google started
Wow.
doing autonomous research, and then when it got down to it, pretty much all the automakers are like, well, why don't we do this ourselves?
Google has still the best technology. It's kind of sad what's going to happen there. They called it Waymo. What kind of name is that? They just seem so, like, timid compared to Uber, who just, like, wake up one morning, hey, look, there's 100 self-driving cars on the road, right? And that's the kind of aggressiveness we need in order to get these things onto the road. So I predict in 2 years, they'll be writing the stories how Google had this space and threw it away.
And so who do you, when you look at the space right now, who do you, as the big players?
The two front-facing companies, Uber and Tesla, by far. You're going to have some backup players, like NVIDIA's going to make a killing off of this space.
They're building the picks and shovels. They're the picks and
exactly,
shovels.
They're the picks and
people.
shovels, yeah. And that's how you really make money on self-driving cars now.
Yeah,
And Udacity's making a killing, too. Self-driving car course?
Oh, yeah.
Hopes and dreams.
Hopes and
dreams
Well,
are where
hope-
the
hope-
picks and the shovels. And it's how you make money in the space.
Well, hopes and dreams it's kind of, that's what a lot of car companies are selling right now, because they, in addition to the AI that's running the car, there is an additional AI inside the car that becomes your friend, that learns about you, like where, and then
It's hilarious to think that a company like Honda or Ford can deliver on these personal assistants and compete with Google, Apple, and Amazon. Such a joke.
well, a lot of people are looking at Alexa. They're partnering with Alexa. now.
Alexa, now you partner with Amazon. Alexa's,
Yeah.
I mean, as far as these assistant things go, it's pretty good.
Yeah. And so where as a consumer, when you're looking at the landscape, you got half the industry saying it's going to happen like super quickly. You got the other half of the industry that's just like, whoa, slow your roll. This is, we're not going to have, you're not going to have a self-driving car for a couple years, 10 years, 5 years. Where do you see the next, in 5 years? I mean, they're going to be expensive, so they're going to be ride sharing. But when do you see like a consumer, and it'll probably be a rich person who can buy a self-driving car?
Are you talking about like full-on autonomous? Like
This is full level 4 or 5.
I don't really speculate much on level 4, but I do think there's going to be a ramp up to it. I think you're going to see increasingly sophisticated semi-autonomous driving, like Comma AI and like Tesla. I mean, Tesla right now is by far the leader in semi-autonomy. We think of them like the iOS. We want to be the Android. We want to be the mass provider of the self-driving technology. And we have a platform ready to go. Call me up. Let's make a development deal. We can have your cars on the road next year with Tesla Autopilot-like functionality. No big OEM will take me up on that deal, but small Chinese OEMs who want to distinguish themselves. Hi, my name's George. George at Comma AI. Email me.
And so, do you think that the big automakers, when you put out an idea like that, other than they probably like, well, we have our own research team. What do you think their fear is?
Well, I mean, the big automakers is a joke. Who wants to go work in the Nissan Mobility Research Center when Uber will offer you a much bigger salary, a much nicer office? Like, They just can't get talent. How are they going to win?
And there is that sort of talent factor. Where do a lot of automakers have moved to Silicon Valley.
Yeah.
They're trying to gather that talent.
There's still not Silicon Valley companies. You can build the office, you can set up the micro kitchen, but then like, oh, well, the dress code, it's like business casual. Huh? Look at how I'm dressed.
So you see it's more of a cultural issue.
Yeah. And that's why these companies are going to fail. It's completely a cultural issue. They have the money, they could do it, but they don't have the right culture.
So is your thought that in the future, instead of, they'll do their research, but at the end of the day, they're going to end up partnering with a startup or a Google or to get that?
Or comma AI. I mean, you don't even have to license our technology. Use it for free. We are the Android of self-driving cars. I think that's how this is going to shape up. Someone's going to be the iOS, someone's going to be the Android. Tesla's the iOS, we'll be the Android. It's free, too. It's not like, you don't have to make some restricted deal with Google where Google can play their ads in your car. I'm sure that's what they went the manufacturers with. We're coming at you with, just install it.
So what's the actual business plan for you guys then? Like, how do you make money?
The business plan will be announced at South by Southwest, and I think people are going to be like, "Wow, really? Yeah, really."
Is it going to be bands? Are you
Bands?
teaming up with Coldplay?
Oh, no. It's good. It's
It's a good business plan.
It's a good business plan.
So there's actually.
I'm waiting for the acquisition offer the day after we announce the business plan. Not that I'll accept it, but
So it's, and that's that. You have a sort of a history that there's the talk that you were offered a job at Tesla.
Yep.
and you're like, no, I'm gonna do my own thing. Like, what is so much of Silicon Valley, so much of the auto industry and the tech industry is about, I'm gonna make something and it's gonna be good enough and I'm gonna get paid. And you seem to be like, I'm going to make something, and then people are going to pay me. Or like, nah, I'm going to go over there and do something else.
Right. So last year, comma AI's priorities were fun, solve self-driving cars, and then profit. This year, and I haven't told my employees this yet, and there might be some backlash, but this year, number one is solve self-driving cars, then have fun, then profit. What do I care? I'm here to have fun and win. I love winning.
You love winning?
Yeah.
So fun. Well, no.
Solve. No, we gotta solve. We gotta solve the problem.
We gotta solve the problem.
We gotta be serious.
Then have fun.
Because
it's.
We gotta have fun while we're solving the problem. If we're not having fun, who's having no fun? The people at the Nissan Mobility Research Center. If you're good, come work at comma AI. You'll have a lot of fun.
You're just taking it out on Nissan today.
I switch it up. Usually it's Ford.
It's Ford.
Yeah.
Are you concerned that your lack of filter, that's what I'm going to call it, is going to, are these you just
is going to stand in the way of profits? Is it going to stand in the way of fun? Definitely not.
Not in the way of fun.
Is it going to stand in the way of solving self-driving cars? Definitely not.
And so, I know for you, the main thing is AI.
Yeah.
Once self-driving cars are, let's say 5-10 years, we figure it out, they're on the road, and now it's just slightly iterative updates. Then where do you go when it goes to AI? What do you look at then?
Oh, I think about like a day in advance, a week if something is really cool. I don't know anything about 5 years from now.
So you're just going moment to moment.
Yeah, well, actually, I'm thinking about my South by talk already, which is going to be really cool.
That seems like really far.
That's really far.
For you. That's
like,
a lot.
That's as far ahead as I can think.
Your South by talk. Yeah. I'll be at South by, so we.
Oh yeah, awesome.
Come by. We'll drive around in your whatever self-driving car.
No, we're going to continue to support this software. We hope to increase our install base this year. We hope we have apps as well, dashcam apps, Schiffer and Dash. We hope to increase the number of installs there. Start getting more data and more people on the comma AI network.
Cool. What do you think needs to happen in the old school auto industry for them to really catch up with Tesla?
Oh, they need to fire their management and put someone like Travis or Elon in charge.
What if they can't? I mean, Travis and Elon, that's why they're Travis and Elon.
No,
like,
but like someone with that sort of mentality, right? Like, and until they do that, they're hopeless.
Do you? Because there's a lot of, when it comes down to the self-driving car, there's the fear.
Yeah.
And the fear is, from a lot of people when they think, how do you explain to the average person? Because I walk the floor, and every once in a while I'll hear someone say, someone just said it's going to be out in 5 years. I'm so afraid. I'm afraid of cars. I'm afraid of...
You know what? My experience trying to sell self-driving tech to manufacturers, imagine the year is 1999. You just invented this really cool new way of getting music to people called Napster. File sharing. And you go to the record labels and you pitch them on file sharing, and they're like, oh, crap. No, definitely we're not going to buy it, right? And that's kind of what it's like, because there is that fear. I don't know what people are afraid of. I don't know what your average, guy on the street is afraid of. What, the robots are taking over the world? It's not going to be by cars.
I think it comes down to they see their phone crash, or they see an app not work, or they open up a browser and and especially with security and hacking and botnets and all this stuff. Like, how do you, what would you say to everyone who's watching who's just like, no?
Okay, so you're worried about someone coming and hacking into your car? Why aren't you worried about someone coming with a hacksaw and cutting your brake lines? Like, it's old school hacking, right? How come you're not afraid of that? That's actually doable today. And, who can hack your car? Big intelligence agencies? Who can cut your brake lines? The guy down the street who you never returned his lawnmower to, right? That's who you should be afraid of. But don't be afraid. The world is a beautiful place.
And don't lend out your...
And don't lend out your lawnmower to angry
borrow
neighbors.
lawnmowers and don't bring them back.
Auto lawnmowers, yeah.
Don't be the Homer Simpson of your block, is what you're trying to tell people.
Most security companies make money off of fear and hype, so always keep that in mind.
And so let's talk a little bit about security. Like, do you have a security person on the team? Like, how do you guys handling this?
This is not a product.
Yeah.
We just make open source software. You're free to read the code and decide how secure it is yourself. Basically, with a lot of open source stuff, it's as secure as you as an individual make it. Right? We're not selling you a product. There's no mass data breach. There's nothing like that.
Okay. So if they can build it, and then
if
while you're building it, you should...
If you build it, and you build it in such a way that you turn on SSH and set the password to password, and, well, I mean, that's what you did.
You should set it to admin. No one would figure that.
No one will ever guess that, yeah.
No one will ever guess admin as your password.
No, but it's just not a... Like, and people talk about the cars crashing. Humans crash cars all the time, right? I think that before these things are going to be on the roads, no sane manufacturer is going to let a fully self-driving car on the road if it's not statistically safer than humans. Not perfect. Cars are never going to be perfect. But they'll have so much experience. And remember, humans only learn throughout their lifetime. Self-driving cars learn from an entire fleet. Our cars learn from an entire fleet.
Let's talk a little bit about the sensors that are in the cars. Now, everyone's using LiDAR.
No one's using LiDAR. LiDAR's not real.
But Tesla.
But no, everyone's using LiDAR. Who has LiDAR? Can you name a production car with LiDAR?
Oh, yeah, that's the thing, is everyone's using LiDAR for research.
Yeah.
So do you... And you know what it's great for?
Yeah.
Radiohead videos.
Yeah, that was a cool video.
Yeah.
That was a cool video.
Do you think LiDAR is going to
no,
be
and
something that's on our cars?
I'll tell you why, and here's my thought experiment. Do you have LiDAR? You can drive a car, right? So say I stuck cameras in a car and hooked the cameras up to an Oculus Rift with you in a remote booth. You could drive that car remotely using cameras only. Camera-only self-driving is completely possible, and it's entirely a software problem. Stop trying to solve with hardware what you can solve with software.
And what about radar? It's the same.
The thing is, radar is cheap, right?
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I'm not anti-LiDAR. I'm anti-LiDAR is the enabling technology for self-driving cars. If I could buy a LiDAR for $200, I'd stick it right in here. I mean, it's great. It's a good technology, but it's not like the key to self-driving the way some people make it out to be.
And let's go a little back to the research. So, because everyone's researching it, including yourself, do you believe we're creating an environment where there's competition, where we're going to learn from each other? Or do you think everyone's just going to keep siloing their things until the government steps in and says, you all have to share this because we don't want cars running into each other?
You know who's looking to silo? All the big auto OEMs. You know who loves to be open with everybody? AI. Governments, we're your friends. Be nice to us.
But do you think there's going to be basically a regulatory reckoning where that they say everyone has to work together?
I mean, they'll try. Companies will pretty much do what they want anyway. The companies have well outstripped the pace of regulators. And we'll see. If anyone from the new administration is listening, I have high hopes for you. Be nice. Tech is your friend. We'll make you rich.
No, don't tell them that.
We will, though. I mean, really, no, the truth is, like, technology is responsible for so much economic growth, and, you know, these things will be too.
And you know, and speaking a little bit about economic growth, you know, that Uber has, we have the big self-driving long-haul tractor trailers.
Yep.
Like with that, self-driving cars getting you to work seems, yeah, that's great, that's awesome. You know, driving down
Trucks,
I-5.
you're going to see trucks level 4 long before you see cars. By long, I might mean 2 years, but...
And driving on the regular roads, or do you, because we hear a lot about these sort of fixed tracks.
Wasn't even fixed tracks, just the interstate. Like, trucking on the interstate is a much easier problem than driving in the city. We'll see level 4 there. We'll see that with no people a long time before we see inner streets of San Francisco with no people.
See, because once it gets into the city, you see, like, maybe the trucks will come. They'll have like some sort of hub on the outside of a
They'll
metropolis.
automatically park at the truck stop. The truck drivers will wake up in the morning, drive it to the
to the thing, and
Right. I mean, it's like packet routing, right? It's like packet routing through the internet.
it's a packet route.
It's packet routing, right? It's the same thing.
Cool. So, I just got the 2-minute warning, and like, it broke my brain. So what do you see besides the cars? Because you've seen what have you seen at CES that you think is exciting?
Ooh. I was trolling the glasses people this morning. I'm really excited about like the Google Glass-like technology. I do think that is the future of cell phones. I think Google Glass was a terrible product. Like, it was bad. I had to squint a lot to see
You
it.
gotta do this.
I know. I'm really excited for the full frame view glasses. But I still haven't seen them, but they're getting better.
You talked about a little bit about, you went on a little tour over here.
Well, I just
NVIDIA, that's what it was.
I just did the NVIDIA demo. The NVIDIA demo was cool. I mean, NVIDIA is an absolute... You know, NVIDIA is going to be such a winner in this space. And look at the stock market; they already kind of are.
Yeah.
It was cool.
Cool.
If you find a video of that online, go watch it.
So what are you going to do after this? Are you going to go over to the card?
I'm going to go to South Hall. I haven't been to South Hall yet.
Have you been in the North Hall?
Oh, I've been all over North Hall.
Have you talked to anybody yet?
I was afraid to step on mobilized carpet.
Because you've
antagonized some of you've
been tagged, well, even here today, but even more so.
What, Nissan? Oh, are they here? Oh.
Everyone's here.
No. The car company demo, like the booths, was just so unimpressive. They showed nothing. It was entirely PR speak. You'll see this with a few of the big companies in there too. Like their engineering is so out of touch with their PR.
So what would you like to see at CES?
Oh, well, I mean, I like to see the latest and greatest technology. I'm a huge fan of consumer electronics.
Really?
Oh, I love.
As a nerd, that seems so out of.
I love consumer electronics, man. I've loved these things for a long time. I'm very excited for like display technology being pushed forward. I'm sad that I didn't see any like the VR is pretty much like Crescent Bay and Vive. It's the same. Gear VR, like it's not. I want to see the next gen of that. Where's the Magic Leap booth? You know, come on, Magic Leap.
Yeah.
I was hoping for that.
I've told the world that I don't want to see any more articles about Magic Leap until we actually see Magic Leap. We're not allowed to write about it anymore.
No more free press.
No more free press for
demos.
Something
demos
we
for
haven't
press.
seen.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I'm real excited about that field too.
Cool.
Curved TVs, no. Curved TVs.
I think we got rid of curved TVs.
No, they're all over.
They're
still
all
over.
around?
Oh, I saw this thing at I don't know. It was some appliance manufacturer. It shakes your clothes. It like shakes them. I was confused about what it did, but like you put your clothes in the closet and it shakes it. They said it was like a steamer or something. I was very confused. But I kind of want one like in my kitchen. I'm like, oh, it's just shaking my clothes.
People come over, you're shaking your clothes.
I like them shaking, you know?
Well, thanks so much for coming out,
Awesome.
George. It's always fun to talk to you. And yeah.
Cool.
Comma Neo. If you want to build your own self-driving car.
GitHub.com/CommaAI. If you have a Honda Civic or an Acura ILX, you can build one of these, and you get Tesla Autopilot-like functionality. Open source. Build it yourself.
Stick around for more from the Engadget CES booth.
Thanks, everyone.
and welcome back to the Engadget stage. We're here live at CES. We hope you're all having a great convention. I'm Anita Sarkeesian, and joining me is Carolyn Pettit.
Hello.
We work at Feminist Frequency, which is a nonprofit that looks at pop culture from a feminist perspective. We do a lot of work that looks at pretty harmful representations of women in gaming, but today we wanted to talk about some trends in video games that came up in 2016 that we actually liked and thought were good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what did you notice?
Well, I mean, one thing that I noticed was a kind of deepening and a more complex approach to relationships. You know, I feel like a lot of times in games, and I think we have these experiences of interactions with other characters where it's all about how can I, as the player, just get what I want from this character.
Yeah, like women are often used as vending machines almost, where if you put in the right codes, you get like sex back or whatever.
You know, like in certain RPGs, what dialogue options you have to say to get the, you know, the sex cutscene or whatever.
Right.
And so it really doesn't encourage you to think about those other characters as people so much as like, what do I have to do to get exactly what I want from them?
Yeah.
And I think this year we saw games that really encourage you to think about the characters that you're interacting with differently. You know, one example of this is like this really beautiful game, The Last Guardian, you know, very popular right now on PlayStation 4, where you form this bond with this, you know, magnificent, like beautifully animated creature named Trico. And, you know, when you communicate with Trico, it's not like in some games you have a dog or a pet or whatever, an assistant, and you just tell it what to do, and it automatically does the thing, so that it feels like this extension of yourself rather than like a creature with a mind of its own. Trico is not really like that.
Right.
Yeah.
As people with pets know, they don't do what you want them to do.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, you know, it can be a little frustrating as a player. You're kind of trying to get Trico to do something, and the creature is like kind of not immediately obeying you. And yet, as a player, I find that leads me to relate to Trico in a much more, in a deeper way. I believe more in Trico as like a creature with their own feelings, their own like,
and I feel like too, so I think some players would complain that like it makes the game not fun because you can't get the character to do what it wants, and there's a bit of a complicated development there in terms of like how much is too much in terms of like enjoyability while playing.
Right.
But also the animations and the engagement of Trico and being so like charming and the behaviors of Trico, like an animal that you would recognize, I think really contributes to the bond that you create between the player character and this
I mean,
sidekick,
you mentioned
basically.
you mentioned pets, and I mean, I've talked to pet owners, other pet owners who have played the game and really felt a resonance, something that resonates with their love of their pets,
totally.
in that connection with Trico. So I think they really did something right in handling that relationship.
Yeah. So another example that came up around this is this small indie game called One Night Stand.
Yeah.
So it's a game where you wake up and you are naked in bed with somebody else, and you're like, well, what is going on? Why am I here? You're totally disoriented. And you have to go through a series of dialogue options in order to figure out what happened, and you're all of a sudden with this woman and you don't know what's going on. And what's interesting about the game is that it encourages you to play it again and again and again so that you get various different options and outcomes of the game. Yeah. So like, how is that game different than what we were talking about earlier with the sort of RPG style relationships?
Right. I mean, I feel like it's different in a sense of, well, for one, I don't think there's a kind of win state, like a perfect win state where you, as the player, can like seduce her and like end up in this state where everything is perfectly resolved so that she's like madly in love with you again and wants to like, it's this kind of ambiguous, you're two people who are trying to come to some kind of mutual understanding with each other. Yeah. And you can play it as a complete asshole if you want to, but but it also, I think it's interesting to see the different dimensions that come out when you approach that connection in different ways. Like, what if I care more about her feelings about this experience, you know.
Or if you just try to bail and what happens and the consequences of that, for example. I think one of the outcomes was like you're basically naked in the street because she just like kicks you out of your house.
Yeah.
And she also has personality, like she has a personality and interests and stuff, which I think can be too often female characters in games are just there as like decoration or like titillation, and so she has interest. You can't erase the fact that she is a autonomous entity.
Defined person, right, with her own personality, her own interests. Exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So the other trend that I noticed this year, well, so we talk a lot about female representations in games, and you know, it's not great, and it's actually not really.
It hasn't really gotten that much better.
You know, one of the things that we do is we collect statistical data at E3, and last year we looked at all of the games that were announced during the press conferences at E3, the major publisher developer press conferences. There were only 2 games out of 59 that had a solo playable female protagonist, and those games were announced the year before.
Yeah.
So like it's not really getting better, but what was interesting is we did see a greater range of representations in terms of men of color, which I think is really great and a huge improvement.
Yeah.
So games like Watch Dogs 2, Mafia 3, and Battlefield 1 all came out this 2016 and had black men as protagonists.
And not only that, but you know, I think Watch Dogs 2 in particular did some interesting things where it actually tried to acknowledge the existence of structural racism. You know, so it takes place in contemporary San Francisco. Tech culture is a very important aspect of the game, and you know, you have this scene where the protagonist, Marcus Holloway, and a black colleague are going into a major tech company, aware that they're going to be 2 of the only black people in this like overwhelmingly white environment, and they have this like really frank conversation about like the feelings around that, and like the awareness that there are just structural forces at work here that are kind of stacked against us when we go into those, or when we go into that room, like we're expected to represent like all of black culture, or you know, all those kinds of things. So
and too often games when like I think sometimes developers are well-meaning and want to have a greater representation but don't really know how, and so it's almost like you're subbing, like instead of just, you know, you have the grizzled white dude, you just throw in like a grizzled woman or like a grizzled man of color, as opposed to actually like building up that character and really understanding how they exist in this world. And so Watch Dogs 2 does a really interesting job of that, right? And actually being like, what does it mean to be black in contemporary San Francisco right now?
But you know, with regard to women's representations, I do think, Overwatch, the Blizzard game, which is, you know, hugely popular this year, when they announced their original roster of characters, it was like, oh, all the women fit this same body type, the body type we see in women in games all the time, the kind of slender, long-legged,
big boobs.
And that was kind of disappointing, but to their credit, like in the time since, they've introduced a number of female characters who really break that mold, right? Who are more muscular and you know,
and different classes as well. It's super rare in games to see female characters as a tank class, and they did that, and so it's been. And
you know, you have like an older woman of color, you know, in the mix now too. I mean, women in games are. It's not unusual to have male protagonists who are in their 40s, 50s, 60s, but women are usually very young.
Super rare.
So, you know, props to Blizzard for, you know, listening, I think, to feedback and broadening the roster there.
Yeah, totally.
And, you know, speaking of like, of devs listening to feedback, in 2016, Dishonored 2 came out, which I think is a game that, you know, I know you played and loved and made really significant improvements with regard to women over the first game in the series.
So the first Dishonored was terrible to women, like kind of shockingly bad, right? The very first scene, you have a woman in a refrigerator, which is when a woman gets murdered or killed so that a male protagonist can go off and seek revenge or whatever boring story has been done 100 times. And while the game itself is really good, it just continued to do that. So you had like sad weeping women in like French maid outfits, and there was one mission where you actually handed a woman off to a man that she didn't want to be with. Like you knocked her out, and it was not good, right? And so we had been very critical of that, as well as many other folks in the sort of critique, like the cultural feminist critique of games. And when Dishonored 2 was announced, there is now you can play as a female character.
Yeah.
There's an option. The marketing materials included the female playable character. And in the game itself, while you can choose to play either as the male character or the female character, the world is full of women. So there are female villains, there's female combatants, there's female allies. They're just kind of all over the place, as would happen.
Yeah.
Right?
So what I think is really great about Dishonored 2 in particular is that the changes, they don't feel like kind of these throwaway gimmies to like, oh, let's just throw in a female character. You know, when you play as Emily, you really experience the story in a different way. You get different perspectives on it. So it's very fleshed out. And I think it really shows that, you know, how listening to feedback of this kind can result in a richer, better game experience for everyone.
Absolutely. Yeah, totally.
Awesome.
Awesome. Well, thank you for joining us and letting us chat a little bit about things we love. Stay tuned. You can check out our work at feministfrequency.com if you're interested in seeing our videos about games and other pop culture. And stay tuned, because there will be tons more stuff on the Engadget stage.
Drop it low, let me play that back.
Here's a first world problem most of us have had. You want to get something delivered, but no one is available. And it's a problem that is only set to grow. Let's rewind. Back in the day, trains and trucks hauled all our goods to neighborhood stores, and that's where we bought them.
And everyone buys cut flowers and bouquets the year round.
In our modern world, we buy a lot of stuff online. The U.S. Commerce Department says online sales accounted for a third of growth in retail sales in 2015, and it's projected to just keep climbing. And that's what we do, right? We log into Amazon or wherever, we order all the things, and then somehow it's magically shipped to our house. The thing is that freight is shipped worldwide, not just countrywide. And oh hey, even big rig drivers can't keep up with demand. The American Trucking Association says it needs to hire 89,000 drivers each year the next 10 years just to keep up. Basically, the growing demand for delivery is not sustainable. While the Postal Service begs folks to use their boxes, companies like FedEx are beefing up on robotic-assisted sorting systems and hiring holiday workers.
Normally during the year, we probably have 10,000 labels per week, maybe 20,000 labels. During peak, we're looking at 50 to 100,000 labels on average.
Of course, there's a tech solution to all of this, and it's automation. Big rig drivers just watched in amazement as driverless truck company Otto made a beer run through Colorado with the driver sitting in the back. More locally, delivery people are hard to hang on to too, which is why Amazon keeps cracking away on its drone delivery service. China's largest online direct sales company already uses drones to deliver things within a 15-mile radius of one of its large warehouses. And there are even pizza drone deliveries now, like this beta test in New Zealand. It's pretty clear the delivery race is focusing on autonomous delivery. But there's one bit of turbulence here in the US that's pretty hard to get over. FAA regulations cannot keep up with all that innovation. It's such a problem that Amazon drones are being tested in the UK because it'd be too difficult to test them here.
The drones must be under 55 pounds and fly within sight of the operator. They can't fly higher than 400 feet or faster than 100 miles per hour, and they must stay at least 5 miles away from an airport.
The thing is, there's another way that doesn't require FAA regulations, just wide enough sidewalks. Starship Technologies got rolling 1 year ago with a testing program in a suburban neighborhood in London and just did a test delivery in a similar place in San Francisco.
Certainly, robotic deliveries will be the biggest thing happening to e-commerce and online shopping. Right now, businesses are spending a few dollars up to $7 for local delivery, and robots like this can do it with lower cost. But just $1 or in the future even just cents. We
wanted to see it before it got the HitchBot treatment. Do you remember HitchBot?
This summer I am traveling across the United States of America, from Boston to San Francisco, with a bucket list of places I want to visit along the way.
That was the friendly Canadian robot that just wanted to travel across the U.S. and talk to people.
HitchBot hitched its last ride. On Saturday, the robot was found in Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love, resting in pieces.
How long before this thing gets stolen?
So, it's not so easy to steal a robot like this, because it's actually heavy enough, that it's not so comfortable, to lift it up and run away with it.
I could totally steal this. I need a partner. Right now, the delivery bot is used primarily for parcel, food, and groceries, with some commercial partners in Germany, the UK, and Switzerland. The Swiss Post even lets it do prescription delivery, which you can imagine would be a boon for elderly or disabled people. Today's test is a food delivery from a local shop to a woman who just had foot surgery. Surprising even herself, she's got a fondness for the bot. Some people tend to be afraid of technology.
Well, I'm kind of one of those people, but this isn't really scary. So, I have my little cell phone. My children have shown me how to do that. I would be open to it.
We have been driving these robots in 50 cities. The majority of people, they are just ignoring it. They just accept it as part of the normal environment on the sidewalk, and they do not give it even a second look. And you do not actually believe it before you see it, but it's true.
Okay, I don't believe you, but okay. We took it for a spin and made some deliveries to see just how well this thing would be received by strangers. Excuse me, sir. Would you, this robot would like to make a delivery to you. Would you like to receive this robot delivery? So that's the lid. Make it happen. There's something inside of it.
Is there?
Yeah.
How do I open it?
You have to open it.
How do I open it?
You just lift it up like
Very,
a cooler lid.
like you're afraid.
Wow.
I like
some
that.
Flowers?
Do you have somebody you can give that to?
I do actually.
Yeah?
Perfect.
Great. Can you imagine getting things delivered by a robot?
That would be pretty cool, yeah. I mean,
It's pretty cool.
pretty cool. I'm open to whatever. Honestly, I like to have things delivered by people, but
No, that's fine.
Yeah,
That is totally
so-
fine. So so why do you like having things delivered by people?
I just a job for somebody to have, and it's just good for the labor market.
My money is on those little sidewalk droids gaining acceptance well before the somewhat irritating drones do. Starship will be rolling out their sidewalk bots within a few months in Washington, D.C., so we'll see how they do and if their developers can keep them safe. I'm also conflicted about bots. On the one hand, I order all my stuff right down to shampoo online because it's easy. On the other, I like to buy my gifts from local stores because my mom is a small business owner. And this is a pretty awkward line I'm walking here, but there's no way I'm alone. Who among you doesn't like the convenience of ordering on Amazon while also wanting to keep your local favorite businesses alive? Also, she has a flower store. And part of the joy of having one is actually making the delivery and seeing how happy people get when you bring them flowers. But if it really is $1 a delivery for consumers, maybe then we'd be helping solve a problem rather than contributing to a societal decline in mom and pop stores that no one actually wants to see. Not unlike these.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to CES 2017. It is day 3 here at Engadget's live stage, and you're joining us just after seeing a new episode of Future IRL about autonomous delivery. And that is why you will see I have some friends, besides humans, with us on stage right now. I'm Carrie Davis. I'm a host and producer at Engadget for some of our video content. You just saw mostly this robot, Starship Technologies delivery bot. And joining us, we have Henry Harris Berland. He's from the marketing department at Starship. And also just seated beside him is Paul Dragos. He is a flight school instructor for FAA, and you're certified and all the things. So it's kind of an unusual match, but I think it could lead to just an interesting conversation because autonomous delivery really is the next thing within deliveries and getting people all of their things. So welcome. Thank you both.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So, Paul, let's start with you. We know that the FAA just changed their regulations in August.
That's correct.
Can you just briefly kind of hit the main? It was kind of we were waiting for the FAA to make these recommendations, and then they were a bit of a letdown.
They were a little bit. We've been waiting a long time for the FAA to come out with some rules about autonomous drone use. They did. We feel that there's a little bit of challenges still left. Actually, to be honest, there's quite a few challenges still left. But the rules are very, very explicit. It has to be line of sight. In other words, the operator has to see it. It has to not be within controlled airspace, which is generally 5 miles from an airport, 400 feet above the ground or less. And you also have to have a license. It's called the FAA Part 107 license to operate these commercially. So it was a good step. It was a first step. I think we've got a ways to go, but at least we're getting there. And this really is the wave of the future. We got a lot to talk about.
Let's talk about the drone that you brought to sort of demonstrate. This is the size of drones that will be making autonomous drone deliveries. It's about the size of the ones that Amazon is testing in the UK. They've been working on it for 3 years now, and they just did a delivery. Why do they have to be so large?
Well, Amazon is looking at packages up to 30, 40, 50 pounds. So to carry that much weight, you need a drone that obviously has that much power. This is called a Matrice 600. It will carry a package about that size. They are using it in testing. It's an excellent drone for a delivery type system, and it's performing quite well.
I should mention most of the larger companies have gone overseas to do testing because of those FAA regulations, feeling that they can't work within those guidelines. There are a few companies still in the U.S., Workhorse being one,
trying to work because they're having an operator sort of do each delivery, but we know eventually it needs to be more autonomous than that.
Yes, absolutely. That's one of the challenges. This is the future, but we've got some work to do. This will take your packages, it will deliver it autonomously, but besides the FAA, we have to get over some public perception that these are dangerous, they're scary. Everybody's, oh my gosh, there's a drone, run and hide. We have to kind of...
And privacy concerns as well.
And privacy concerns. Yeah. I don't want them taking pictures. People don't want to take pictures of me.
Are they going over my house? Yeah.
But people are concerned about... We understand that. We're going to overcome that. Just a quick point. People had the same concerns about automobiles around the turn of the century. And now look how many automobiles we have around. So there are some perception issues that we do have to overcome, but we will, and we're working on it very hard.
It might also be the noise. And I feel like this is a good time to turn to Starship. Again, this is the robot seated beside me. Thank you for making it move right now. So you specifically designed it to have kind of a cute appearance because they wanted people to receive it. Can you talk about why you think people will, accept these over this first?
I think it's a really interesting point that you make about public perception, because it's absolutely crucial for the success of whether it's a drone company, a robot company. Public perception and acceptance is absolutely essential, and that's why the design of this robot from the ground up has been to make it very friendly looking, unthreatening, quite cute. When we've been doing our testing we've done testing in 16 countries now in 59 cities. We've had like children run up to the robot and try and pet it like an animal. We've had people try and feed it like bananas and all sorts of things. So it's absolutely crucial that people warm to the robot, and it may sound crazy now, but actually have like a form of emotional connection. And in the future, that's really what we want. And I think that's probably what most robotics companies actually aim for. I mean, we see lots of robotics companies out there doing different things, and some of them are quite scary looking, and they have a lot of work to do if they want to be successful in our lives, in daily life, moving forward, definitely.
What do you think about drones? Because we were chatting earlier, and you said you get it. You think that is next.
I think lots of people see our robot and they see a drone, and a question I get asked a lot is, that must be a direct competitor. And from Starship's point of view, actually they're not competitors at all. We're complementary services. We see drones as actually a really fantastic technology for delivering in areas where our robots can't go, where humans can't necessarily go, and where cars can't go. Think about delivering medicines to deserted islands, or over forests or deserts or rural farms and things like that. Our robots can't do that. Our robots are optimized for around about 1 to 2 miles at the moment. But when you come into a more residential area, maybe it's around airports, maybe it's in cities, we talk about like rows of long terraced houses in suburban areas. That's where our robots are much more efficient, and there's a much better use case for robots than drones at the moment. So definitely complementary.
But there's a lot of land to cover, so that's a good point. And there are a lot of startups out there doing just that. One, for example, that delivers medicine in Rwanda, and it's a fixed wing rather than this rotor setup. So I know that there's a lot of innovation happening there, but that's a great point. Are companies working on teaming up with something like this and this on a delivery truck? Is that a thing that's happening?
Yes, I can tell you that the companies that we've worked with and that we have done testing with drones are companies that not only looking at aerial delivery, but ground delivery as well. So I do concur that it's a team effort. We really are trying to bring this into the public to make them work together. We don't really see those as competitors either. So yes, definitely, they are looking at both methods.
Quick question. How hard is it to get certified to fly a drone by the FAA?
Well, it is not easy if you're not a pilot. I'm not going to say that you could just walk in and pass the written test. It's a written test. It will cost you a little bit of money to take the test. I think it's $100, something like that. If you're not a pilot, you cannot just walk in and expect to pass. You'll have to study. Having said that, if you put your time in and study perhaps a pilot ground school or other classes that we offer, other classes out there, you can do it. It's not that difficult.
Okay. So far, it hasn't been heavily regulated yet.
No, there's going to be some changes, I think, made in this coming year, but we'll wait and see. But right now, I would suggest going out. Again, it's the FAA Part 107 license. Look it up and go get it.
How heavily are you sort of advocating for rule changes, and what do you want to see?
Well, what we'd like to see is, first of all, the public perception, which we are working very hard at. We want the public to accept both these drones in their daily lives like people accepted automobiles around 1900. The second thing we want to see is that competent operators, competent universities, competent companies are using these correct ways, in the ways. To be quite honest, the problems we had are from drunk idiots who are flying these into the White House lawn. Okay, that's what we want to get away from.
Has happened.
I point that out. We want to see competent companies, organizations going through training, getting the 107, using these respectfully, responsibly. That's going to pave the way to make these just perfect delivery items.
I have a problem, I'll be real, with just the noise, that high-pitched whine. I know there's not a lot we can do about it, or is there?
Well, actually there is. If you were to listen to this, is it going to be loud? Yes, it is. But I can tell you right now, there are machines on the drawing board that will be much, much quieter. This will be about 20 dB, maybe even more. Right now, we're working on machines that are about 5 dB, which is honestly quite less than you're listening to right now.
It's loud in here. We can all concur. Yeah, so let's talk about, so we've got the public perception hurdle. That's ahead of us. What other challenges?
I mean, regulation, we can talk for hours and hours about regulation, and it's not that interesting, but it is very, very crucial. And we actually want regulation. I think it's incredibly important to have regulation. We don't want lots of delivery robot companies that haven't gone through the same strenuous testing that we have, outputting their robots on sidewalks, because at the end of the day, these robots are going to be interacting with us on a daily basis. When we're doing millions of deliveries every day, which we do foresee within the decade, then you're going to be seeing these on sidewalks potentially every single day. So they have to be safe. And safety is our #1 priority. And regulation can assist with that, not just in assisting us by becoming legal, but also making sure that other companies go through the same strenuous testing that we have. The company's 2.5 years old. We've been testing for 12 months. We've done over 15,500 miles now in 16 countries, over 50 cities. The robot's met nearly 3 million people now. And of course, we've got an incredible insight from that about how these people react and what do people do, what do people say when they see a robot next to them on a sidewalk. And one really interesting thing that we found, and no one believes me when I say this, but it's true. Around about 75% of people, out of those 3 million, doesn't matter where you are in the world, about 75% of people ignore the robot when it's traveling past them.
I am one of those naysayers. I think this thing is so noticeable rolling. Not saying that they would be threatened or annoyed by it, but you definitely notice it, right? You would all notice this. Yeah, head shakes.
You look at it, but you don't stop. And some people take pictures. You look at it, but then you get on with your day. So one of our concerns was that people were going to be crowding around it. They were going to be stopping the delivery from taking place. They were going to be trying to mess with it all the time. And out of those 30 million people, when I say 75%, I mean people that look at it but then don't interact. They don't do anything.
I got you. That is fair. Let's talk about that safety, because I agree. It really only takes this thing, one terrible YouTube video gone viral of it running into a child, or these sorts of things build in public perception, and then nobody wants it. And we need them, right? We can't, that was the video you just saw, we can't keep pace with all the delivery demands there are.
I mean, safety is just #1. If there was an accident, we've got 70 robots now testing all around the world every day, like right now. Our worst nightmare is for something to happen. So we're going to the ends of the earth to make sure that it doesn't. We have double, sometimes triple redundancy on particular issues. If the obstacle detection for whatever reason was to fail, whatever the case may be, we've always got backups as a plan.
And that is just like cars. I just did a feature IRL on autonomous cars, and they've got redundancy all over and they have the same fear, so I understand that. You must have some experience with this, because there have been a lot more accidents and public perception mistakes with drones.
Yeah, unfortunately, like I said, the technology had came to a point where any Joe could go out there, buy a drone, and fly it around, which was our worst nightmare. There was just no regulation, there was no training, there was no experience, no education. So I think it got off to a bad start, especially in this country. Other countries, not so much. But just to echo what my cohort says, safety is #1, believe it or not. You look at this and you're saying, I don't want this running into me. Obviously, okay, we don't. This will fly. If one engine were to quit on this, in the old drones, it would just fall to the earth. This will land automatically, even if a motor quits. Okay, that's to the lengths that we are going for safety, just to make people accept it and understand that someday this will be as safe as your car, if not safer.
I mean, one thing about our ground robots, which I think is really important here, is that these robots go at 4 miles an hour max speed on sidewalks. So the average speed is actually lower than that. So if every single system of that robot catastrophically failed, it would come to a stop within 30 centimeters. So I don't want to talk about worst case scenarios because there's loads, but it's going at very safe and slow speeds on sidewalks, which is a little bit different.
That's fair. I appreciate that. One thing I feel like we need to touch on, because in a way we're a very sort of lucky group of individuals. We're all, we live in this country. We have a lot of benefits. We're into tech. We should acknowledge that there are people who might watch this video or see our conversation and say, oh my God, you don't care about the delivery drivers or, the people actually, that old school job. And I know this is a question you get a lot. What's your response to that?
I mean, one thing that was actually in the video, which I thought was really worth noting, is about local businesses. So if it kind of links with jobs. With these robots, what we actually want to do, our long-term plan is to offer local delivery, as it said, for $1. But everyone thinks about big corporate businesses and more and more profit, less and less cost. But actually, local businesses cannot offer local delivery right now because it's too expensive. It's $7, $8, sometimes more, especially if it's on demand. If we can offer delivery for $1, then it opens it up to hundreds and hundreds of thousands of local businesses, millions around the world, that then have access to our robots and then can do delivery, which in turn can stimulate demand for their business.
That's fair. Do you have a take on that as well?
Absolutely. You understand that these robots, these drones, they require operators. It's not much different than an operator of a delivery truck. So we are actually highly encouraged that operators of trucks will now become operators of drones. And it may sound kind of funny at first, but it can be done, and that's what we envision in the future. So we're not looking to take away anybody's jobs. We think we'll enhance it.
Okay.
I mean, just noting on that, the percentage of autonomous driving is actually really important. I'm not sure what percentage of autonomous flying you guys are after, but we're after 99%, and we would never actually say we want 100%. Like a self-driving car, for example. And that's because we always want that element of human oversight, and we always want that element of human control. There is a long tail of situations that a robot can find itself in that it will not be able to figure out on its own. And that's when a human can take control, oversee what's going on, and figure it out. I mean, in the long run, that's the main reason why we do not see self-driving cars or a stage 5 self-driving car for potentially a decade or so, because of the long tail of situations that a car can find itself in, traveling at 80 miles an hour on a motorway. A robot traveling at 4 miles an hour on the sidewalk, it might come up some roadworks on the sidewalk, or maybe there's a massive pothole or something like that.
Oh, it could get stuck. I understand what you're saying. So what about for you? What is your percentage of autonomy that you think might happen with UAVs?
So we're thinking very, very similar lines. We were looking at 70 to 80% down the line, a few years down the line. But just to echo again, these are programmed. They are robots, but there's always a human element that can take over and can operate it. If it comes to something, it just says, I don't know what to do. It'll actually send a signal back to the operator and saying, what do I do? So there's always a human element there to take over in an emergency.
Okay, I appreciate that. Final thoughts. I'd love to hear what you think, your biggest hope that you're looking for in 10 years. What do you think our future is going to look like?
I mean, we envision millions of these robots doing millions and millions of deliveries every single day. So it would become commonplace for you to see these robots on sidewalks. Now that prompts another question that some of you might be thinking. If these robots are doing millions of deliveries, then there's going to be traffic jams on the sidewalks of all of these robots, and they're going to get in the way. And I think it's a fair point, and it's a good question, but we've done the maths, we've done the calculation, and if we were to do every single delivery right now, which is impossible, but if we were to do every single delivery, you'd see one robot around about every 30 seconds on sidewalks. So if you compare that to how often you see pedestrians on sidewalks, you actually realize that it's not as much as you think. And that's if we did every single delivery. So whether it's now, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, you're not going to be seeing traffic jams of robots on sidewalks.
Yeah, I'd like to echo that. Our vision is that in a few years, the FAA will assign corridors that only drones will fly through. So there will be no air traffic congestion. These won't be mixing with piloted aircraft. And we're looking at about a 70 to 80% delivery of items can be possible through air traffic. And I don't think it's that far down the line. I think it's 5-10 years maybe. So I totally agree. And I think it's going to become commonplace, just like cars became commonplace.
One other thing for security that I keep thinking, because I did that autonomous story with cars, they're really looking for vehicle-to-vehicle communication, and especially if there are corridors. I like that idea, and I see that. I hope you got it. But they need to be able to speak to each other, right? And same thing for these robots and ones like them. You're not the only company that does this. Are you working on a system wherein you can all communicate with each other?
I mean, we're working with smart cities at the moment, and there's cities being built as we speak, and they're coming to us and saying, how do you think we should, should we introduce robot lanes? Should we introduce various other parts of technology as we're building this city?
Like a bicycle lane, just a little add-on? Can you imagine seeing that? Yeah.
I mean, personally, we don't want robot lanes. We think these robots are perfectly suitable for the sidewalk, and actually that's a great challenge for us to overcome as well, interacting with us on a daily basis. But there are these pieces of technology being introduced to cities, like smart traffic light systems when it comes to autonomous cars as well, where they're all talking to each other. There is technology available right now that tells you the seconds left of a green light on a traffic light in your autonomous car. So they're all talking to one another, and in the future, that will be the case for these robots as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, these drones can and do talk to each other. Now we're looking to expand that system so that maybe this drone from this company will talk to a different drone from a different company.
That's what I want. Yeah.
That is in the works. It will happen. Right now, they're just talking to each other, but we definitely will be talking the whole spectrum.
All right, thank you both so much. What an interesting conversation. I wish we had more time, but we do have to wrap it up. Paul, flight instructor from the FAA. Henry, thank you very much from Starship Technologies. The name of your university?
UXV University.
And it's in San Diego?
Correct.
All right. Thank you both.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll be back with more from our live stage coming up.
any click got that.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are live here in Las Vegas from the Engadget stage at CES 2017. And sitting beside me, we have a very special guest, the president and CEO of the CTA, Mr. CES himself, Gary Shapiro. How are you, Gary?
I am terrific, and I am so thrilled to be on the Engadget stage.
Excellent. Okay, so this is the 50th anniversary of CES. And I know you haven't been here for all 50 years, but you've been to quite a few CESs in your day. So let's talk about your history with the CTA and CES. So when did you start at the CTA, and then how many CESs have you been to?
You know, the CES started in New York in 1967 with 3 products, radio, television, and phonograph. My participation, I was going to school, and I got a job because I needed to pay for my macaroni and cheese.
Right.
And I became a consultant to this association, and my first trip here was as a consultant. It was 1981 or 2. And it was amazing, and I just said, this is the most exciting thing in the world. And I went from being a consultant to how do I wrangle a job?
Okay.
And it was just this is amazing, and there's format wars, and there's CDs were being introduced, and I wanted a CD so badly, because I was the record of the crackling and all that always bothered me.
Yeah.
And then there was the VCR and camcorders and battles, and it was just the most exciting. It was I finally found my sport.
Yeah. So when you start, I mean, I assume you didn't go straight in as the president and CEO when you joined up. So what was, how has your role progressed with the organization since you started in 82?
Well, I was vicious climbing up the corporate ladder of the association. I started out as a lawyer.
Okay. Me too.
Really?
Yeah,
man.
I'm still an attorney. Yeah.
You're still I'm done with that.
Okay, yeah.
It's not like being Jewish where you are for life. You could say you're no longer an attorney.
Yeah.
So,
a recovering attorney.
Well, I'm done. I'm trying to ship all the attorneys back to Iran as a trade program deal.
Yeah.
But what I ended up doing was I became in charge in 1991.
Okay.
So it's been a good run since 1991. We've grown dramatically. The CES has expanded phenomenally. Our trade association in Washington, D.C. is now one of the largest in the country by every measure, and we're doing well. I mean, obviously, it's not brilliance on my part. It's a lot of luck.
Right.
But we have people who are inventing incredible things, and we've all these product categories, and the internet came along, and cars started having cool stuff in them, and everything has changed.
Yeah, it really has. So let's talk about those changes a little bit. I mean, can you be more specific, from where you started? And even just from its genesis back in the 60s, how has the show started? I know it used to be a biannual event. So can you walk us through the changes over the years from 2 events to 1 and where we're at now?
Well, the history was there was a show that's for years and years, the National Association of Music Merchant Show, and there's a little tiny portion for TVs, radios, and phonographs. And I guess what I hear, the guy who hired me says we were treated lousy. So Jack Wayman created this new show in '67. But the evolution that's occurred since then is a lot of the technology that's come out in a very, very big way. And it used to be a manufacturer selling to retailers with a smattering of press. And along the way, honestly, we figured out in the early 90s that if we continued along that path, there'd be no show because all the major retailers could fit inside the Engadget booth,
Right.
It was Best Buy, Circuit City at the time, Walmart, Costco then, and not that many, and that was 90% of the market. So we said we have to go global. So we put international in front of the name. We have to go after media big time globally. We have to get the investment community, and we have to branch out because eventually we figured out that every industry is going to be hit by technology, and we want this the place they come, and this is the place they cut deals, because what's changed more than anything else in the last 5 years is not even the technology, it's the business environment. Is you cannot succeed as a company anymore unless you establish relationships with other companies outside your vertical industry. So the car companies, we work real hard on them. And they're, at first it was like they get a Sony or Bose product in your car and maybe someone buy another one. And now the car companies want to be connected. They're coming here with the entire ecosystem. They're looking for partners all the time. And they're starting to introduce things, and they want to be more flexible. We also, the content industry, we have a whole thing called C-Space here, where with the internet we have every major platform. So Google's here, certainly Facebook, Twitter, they're all here, and they're teaching the rest of the world how to use platforms like YouTube and other things like that. And so the CMOs around the world are coming. And then, of course, the whole Apple thing took off, and the Apple infrastructure we jumped on immediately. And so iLounge just took off big time. And then the connected home, we saw that coming. We have a lot of standards that help that along. Same thing with the HDTV and Ultra HD 4K, and now the other, the pre-recorded going along that. And then we actually, and we follow, our association has groups for all these things. So even in the wireless health area, we've done, so we got every player involved to sit around and talk about issues like privacy and things like that. Well, now they're also here talking about the new technology. And this is just the beginning. We think this is the coolest thing in the world, but it's going like this in terms of technology because of the Internet of Things, because of processing speeds, because of wireless. We're working a lot now with the future here. We're seeing planning for the future, 5G, smart cities, robotics. I can't wait to see what robotics, I know you've had some things in your show.
Everybody loves the robots.
So the direction we're going in is just fantastic. And the only thing that could screw it up is if we don't deal with some of the tougher policy issues like privacy, security, cybersecurity, and all data management, as well as jobs, frankly, is that we're starting to talk about, people are concerned worldwide that, also, Uber and Airbnb and all these other, they're all part of us. Pandora, everyone who disrupts has joined us, basically, which is important.
So just to kind of probe on that a little bit, I mean, with all of these disparate industries that are kind of folded under your ambit and who you represent, and we've got these kind of really big picture issues happening, how challenging is that? I mean, like, how often are all those disparate people kind of aligned? Like, how do you deal with such a large and diverse group?
I think if you define the big goals at the end, like we believe innovation is going to solve the biggest problems of the human condition, everyone will agree. If you just say, self-driving cars, an example. You want to save 35,000 lives a year in the United States, 1 million worldwide. Everyone will agree, and that's how you move people along. When it gets to sometimes the implementation, sometimes companies have patent issues, like the patent troll issue is a big one we're involved. Like Qualcomm disagrees with us, but they agree with on everything else, but they're fighting us on the patent troll issue. But it is more difficult. I mean, there's issues now with the new administration coming in that, we like infrastructure investment. We like the changes to encourage U.S. manufacturing. Those are good things. But obviously, we're a global business now. And the fact is, a lot of these jobs that are overseas are very low education jobs, low paying jobs. And Americans are not going to want those jobs. And frankly, if companies are building manufacturing facilities in the United States, there's not going to be a lot of workers. Those are going to be high-tech factories.
Right. Right.
So that we have some education process with the new administration, and I think our members are in total agreement on almost every big issue we have.
And so to touch on the new administration issue, I mean, is it kind of a wait and see approach as to how it affects? I mean, I know you said you have kind of an education campaign. I mean, is there more strategic planning going on to deal with kind of what you've seen of the new administration, or is it a read and react kind of thing for you?
Well, we're definitely not reading and reacting. Since the election, I would imagine every corporation and association in the United States has had a boardroom discussion, as have we. I mean, we announced this week there's 5 things we're doing. We're investing major money in over $1 million in 5 programs in reaction to the election, to be perfectly honest with you. First, we're going to spend a lot of investment on a program we have to get veterans into jobs in our industry. We have a nationwide program, we're going to enhance it. Second, we have a program for people installing products in cars, at-risk youth. We want to invest in that. Third, we're going to have a jobs fair, probably at the next CES. Fourth, we're going to open up 2 offices around the country to follow our principle and focus on innovation. And fifth, we're going to encourage and have a contest among our members as to who could create the most jobs on an absolute and a percentage basis. So we're trying to say, look, there's good things here. You can't define corporate America has spent too much time and money spending time on lawyers, frankly, because we have millions of rules we have to follow, and that does not define ethics anymore. The ethics I think we should be defining are not just following rules. The ethics are you doing right? If you're citizens of a country, you have an obligation to that country. And a lot of these companies are citizens of many countries, but if you're based here or if you're selling here, you have some obligation to the country you're in.
Yeah. Okay, so I want to back up a little bit real quick, go back into the time machine here of CES's past. So it's always been a show about innovation, and there's usually every year there's people making really big kind of announcements, but I would be curious to hear with your kind of lengthy perspective on the show, can you name off a few of the biggest sea change technologies that have been introduced here over the course of your time at CES?
Well, if you just name all the sea change product categories, I mean, honestly, everything from the VCR to the CD to the various forms of PC to nav devices, which is my favorite because I'm challenged in that area, to tablets. I mean, that's absolutely, smartphones were first introduced here. Some of them not the companies that survive, and tablets is a great example. A few years ago we had 50 tablet companies. They shake out, but drones, there's so many robots now. What we're seeing in the wireless health area is absolutely huge. Here, for the first time, we have a whole area focused on sleep technology. Just what we saw yesterday in the keynote stage, where we have Kevin Plank of Under Armour. Brilliant. He introduced a whole new category of products, which sleepwear. I mean, I know pajamas and underwear have been around forever, but basically a more technological approach to sleep, which is, really important. So just you name a category, it's here. And so there's nothing that hasn't been introduced here in terms of major, in one form or another. I'm not saying we're the only trade show where companies haven't had their announcements, but the categories themselves are amazing. And individual companies, I mean, if you look at the AR and the VR areas, one of the first companies started out here with a tiny little presence, and then a month later was bought for a couple $2 billion by Facebook, right. Oculus. So yeah. Here we are.
Yeah, it is. It's really been incredible. So, I mean, when you see, you touched on this a little bit before, but, we have all these kind of major new areas going through, and you mentioned some issues with privacy and all that. And we're seeing a lot more of AI sensors gathering more information about people. Is privacy really one of the biggest issues that you see moving forward for the CTA?
I think privacy it depends who you are. If you're a policymaker, it's a big issue. If you're older, it's a big issue. If you're younger, it's not a big issue. You're accustomed to, you give up something like information, you get free Facebook. If you travel a lot, I mean, you give up a lot of information about your body, you get on an airplane. And for a lot of us, the truth is, a lot of us everybody's clicking on website things and never reading them. So. But I think the way to do it is the way we've approached what we've done with all the device makers, and they've agreed upon a set of principles. You put it in clear language, you are transparent, you allow consumers to opt out, you don't sell their information without their permission, you do what's necessary. The worst way we don't want to go is the HIPAA way in medicine, because that's been, by every doctor's estimation, very harmful for doctors exchanging information, patients even getting their own information. The focus on privacy, which it should be because your health information is important, but it's gotten so overboard that it's hurt healthcare by all accounts. We don't want to hurt what we could do, and I think most people are willing to give up some information either for something free or to get better service. You want clothes that fit, you got to tell someone your measurements along the way. And that's the approach that I think we have to take. But transparency is everything. So we've issued some big reports on privacy. We've done the private thing. We have a big thing that just came out in the Internet of Things. And frankly, if we don't take steps ourselves as an industry, the government's going to step in and do it. And some of it is culture. I mean, the EU's gotten a little overboard on privacy, and that's hurt them. I mean, the EU's done nothing in innovation, frankly, for a long time. They don't have one major company they develop. And their solution to things is attack major American companies. What I think we have to do in this country is keep the focus on innovation, but to keep the dialogue going on these things and have good regulations that go after specific harms. The other issue of privacy is the one involving national security and terrorism. That's a constant discussion. I have no problem with private companies working with the government on a very selective, carefully considered basis and following due process of law and all that. And the other issue, of course, is cybersecurity, which is the other. And that is something where we have to step it up as an industry. We have to educate consumers so they actually start using real passwords and don't just buy the cheapest product and leave the default password. And government also is going to have to play a role. And that's going to be around with us for a while because cybersecurity is not going to go away. You build a smarter product, you build a smarter mousetrap, you get smarter mice.
Yeah. So when we're talking about companies, like you said, that work with the government in some cases for national security, terrorism, How does that work, the interplay between that and the transparency we're talking about for the users? Because doesn't there need to be a certain level of opacity involved with those companies, or at least that's what you hear a lot of them say. So what is the stance for you guys on that? How do you balance what is more important, transparency for users versus kind of working with the governmental entities?
Well, every company should make its own decisions, but when I've testified in Congress on the issue of privacy and technology, I mean, you start out, members of Congress say, oh, you own all your own information. And I said, no, you don't. Why would that be true? Take your car. Your car is driving along. It hits a pothole, or its windshield wipers are moving, and it says it's freezing all of a sudden. Why can't that information be shared? Or even worse, it hits the car in front of it. Why can't that information be shared? Or go a step level. Let's talk about medical information. Is that always private? No, it shouldn't be. You know why? You're in a car. You're in a multi-car collision. A lot of people are dying and dead. If the first responders can know who's dead and who needs immediate help, do you want your information private there? So you talk about the situation, you start talking about common sense, all of a sudden a lot of these privacy issues go away for greater goods, greater society goods. Look, if Apple proves something with their smartwatch, it's the high percentage of users that are totally giving up all their health information for a greater good. And that's what our research shows. If you ask consumers, are they willing to give up even their health information to help solve medical problems, amazingly, almost everyone says, absolutely, it's just not that important to me to be private if I could help society. And this is good stuff.
For sure. I mean, you get benefits in it, but then I guess then it becomes a matter of, does that mean there's also a push to secure that information? Because that's the other issue. I mean, we talk about hacks every year, we see all this stuff. So even if you're opting in, you still don't want everyone to have access to it. So is the CTA doing or taking steps and trying to push their members to make sure that they're keeping that information secure? And how do you deal with it when there are kind of these break-ins and hacks that we've been seeing more and more often?
Well, government has already stepped in and said this is how you shall deal with it. If there's a hack, you must inform consumers. Here's your liability. And lawyers again get involved and they sue companies if you don't do enough. And the challenge I see in that is the relative harm is not really clear. I mean, I think in the Washington environment I occupy, everyone who's ever worked for the government has had all their most confidential information stolen already. And no one in America seems to care. Maybe they don't like people that work for the government, but you're talking about millions of people that have had everything about them, including their biometrics, stolen at this point. And now with the Yahoo and the other hacks, there's not this national outrage that you'd expect. So we're informed, so you know about it. What happens next? Well, we got to start changing things about ourselves and passwords and key questions and things like that. Ultimately, it comes down to personal responsibility. I mean, the fear I think a lot of people have is their financial information and their ID will be stolen. But we have laws that have evolved to deal with that. Even when credit cards were introduced, there was a limited amount of liability you could have as an individual, $50 if your credit card is stolen. That allowed this whole revolution in finance 30 years ago, 40 years ago, which allowed commerce in this country. So we've managed to deal with all these things, and it depends on the level. Like the financial community hasn't really had these super major hacks. They're dealing with it really well. So the question comes for the home stuff and other stuff, and whether you could take over a car, and every industry is dealing with that separately. I mean, some of it is overhyped. I mean, when they said, oh my God, all these cameras were broken in homes, and over 1,000, I went on all 1,000 of those sites. I thought 3 maybe home situations, which were like the backyard of someone's house. So you have to go through the hype sometimes in the media on these things. It's like the car was taken over by the drivers. It's pretty tough to do that with a car, and you haven't heard about it since. And the car industry's gotten together. They're developing security mechanisms for dealing with it.
Okay, we'll get you out of here on this question, Gary. This is the last one. So we're talking about, it's the 50th anniversary again. We've come so far at CES. What do you see for the next 50 years of CES?
God, I'd give anything to come back in 50 years and see a CES 50 years from now. And maybe
100th.
The 100th. What I see, honestly, is the problem with humans is we're really good at predicting trends. We're not really good at predicting leaps. So I grew up with science fiction, I would give anything, especially given my air travel, the Star Trek way of beam me up. But I think more realistically, we're looking at new forms of transportation. I mean, obviously, air things will happen, and robotics will become more and more lifelike. And there's some dystopian TV programs on now about how you can't tell the humans from the robots, and the robots are going to take. But the truth is that we're definitely living longer because of healthcare. We're an aging population. We have fewer people to take care of us. I think there's more and more solutions for the fundamental problems in the world. So if you look at agriculture production, healthcare, starvation, medical care, people taking care of each other, the technologies around the floor even today are taking care of those problems. So you can imagine a world where people are, they live longer, they don't get sick as much, no one's starving, no one's hungry, no one suffers from a lack of health care. And that's a pretty good world. But then that raises other issues, like how do you have emotional happiness if you don't have a job and a purpose?
Right.
And we have a lot of talking and thinking out and societal discussions to focus on these really big questions. But they're good discussions to have because no one should go, die from a lack of health care.
Right.
And if we could solve something, we should. And seeing people in pain is not a good thing. We should cure that. And so I want to go in that direction, and that's what keeps me going to work every day.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Gary. So now that we've seen what the president of the CTA thinks for the future, y'all stick around. We've got a quick film recapping the history of CES in the past 50 years. So stick around for that. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you.
That's all for us from now. And we will be back live from the stage here in a little bit. Thanks, y'all.
Probably the only 2 lawyers that have spoken here.
That's right. That's right.
The 1960s ushered in a golden age of futurism in America. Shows like The Jetsons captured our imaginations with promises of flying cars and wisecracking robotic housekeepers. Newspaper comics like Closer Than We Think assured us that flying cars, interplanetary space travel, and automated warehouses were all right around the corner. America wouldn't set foot on the moon for another 2 years, but its citizens were already yearning for tomorrow's technologies. In 1967, at the Hilton and Americana hotels in New York City, the Consumer Electronics Show made its debut. A mere 18,000 people attended that first year, and 14 companies, fewer than you'll see on Engadget's stage alone, elected to display their wares. Among them were industry titans like Motorola, LG, and Philips. The pocket radios and TVs with integrated circuits on display that year were a far cry from the wall-to-wall home theaters futurists had promised, but painted a tantalizing image of the technology to come. In the following 5 decades, CES has grown to more than 3,600 exhibitors and 170,000 attendees. It has become the premier forum for breaking consumer technology news. This is where Samsung and LG spar over who has the best television, where Beats and Bose battle for headphone supremacy. And even as marquee companies like Microsoft have elected to host their own separate events, CES has continued to grow. It's where the Palm Pre, OLED, VHS, camcorders, Sony's quantum dot displays, and LG's curved monitors were all first announced. Oh, and don't forget, it's where Bill Gates suffered the most infamous blue screen of death. Don't snicker, Intel, we still remember the Ivy Bridge announcement of 2012. CES has acted as a herald of upcoming technologies for the past half-century. And as we look towards the end of this decade, we can be assured that the glittering, automated future that we've been waiting for will be displayed here first.
Drop it low, let me play that back. Drop it low, let me play that back.
Hello, everyone. My name is Michael Gorman. I'm the editor-in-chief at Engadget. You are here live on the Engadget stage at CES 2017, and we have a very special guest. I'm very excited. Aisha Tyler is
Hello.
And what is your role at CES this year?
I am the CES 2017 ambassador, which is super exciting. Unfortunately, I'm been asked to abdicate my position immediately before inauguration, so I won't be ambassador for very long. But it's been fun.
That's tough. Okay.
Yeah. Gotta go start building that wall.
Is this your first CES?
No, it's not. I feel like I came maybe 8 or 9 years ago.
Okay. Very different beast now, or what you
well,
expected?
look, I mean, it's always, technology is always changing, so it's always a different beast. But I do E3 every year, so I'm familiar with the experience of a con. Obviously, the scope of CES is a lot broader, a lot more expensive than what goes on at E3. But it's the same vibe. A lot of people walking around with big swaggy bags on their shoulders, standing in line and eating dirty pretzels.
Right on. Okay,
Yeah.
so let's get into it. So you do a lot of things. You have a lot of stuff going on.
I do a lot of stuff, yeah.
And I know that like technology plays a big part of it because you do a lot of this stuff yourself. So can you talk a little bit about how you incorporate technology and what that's enabled for you to do in your career?
Absolutely. Well, I mean, just by way of background, I have some very conventional jobs in the entertainment business. I'm a co-host on a daytime show called The Talk on CBS. I voice a character on a show on FX called Archer. I host a show called Whose Line Is It Anyway on the CW, an improv comedy show, and I play a doctor of forensic psychology on a show called Criminal Minds that's on CBS. So those are all very conventional shows, which are incorporating technology in various ways behind the scenes. That has nothing to do with me. But in my other life, I host a podcast called Girl on Guy that is about arts and culture. It's 20 million downloads globally. It's a show that I created, that I produce, that I record, edit, conform, upload, do all of the tech. I have no producer. I have a one-woman band for that show. So every aspect of that show is controlled by me, and I do all of the work. And creating that show was made possible entirely by my facility with technology and by the expanding, kind of increasing power of the technology that I use to make that show.
Yeah.
A lot of people are in podcast networks and they have people do that. I do everything for that show, and it's afforded me to make a very specifically intimate kind of show because I interview people in the business who are a little guarded, but I get them alone in a room and there isn't a producer in the room and there isn't a publicist. It's just me and Chris Rock or me and Charlize Theron, and I get a very different interview because I'm doing everything on my own.
Yeah.
It's they're more divulgent than they would be if there was a big room of people kind of staring at them through glass.
Handlers telling them what to say.
Yeah, or staring at them like, stop talking about, the 43rd time that you threw up on your dog.
Right.
And then I also just finished directing my first feature film, which I made in 7 days for $200,000. And that would not have been possible at all with traditional filmmaking technology.
Yeah.
I could not have made that, with regular film cameras, with, the kind of film stock you get at that price point, which is essentially like, ends.
Yeah.
We shot that on 3 Arri Alexa minis over 7 days. It was an incredibly robust production model because we had only 7 days to shoot, so we were shooting, at the end of the show we had 60 hours of footage to edit.
Yeah.
To get that much footage, and to get not just that much footage, but beautiful, exquisite quality footage in 7 days could only have been done digitally. And then in the post-process, obviously, being able to dig through all of that material on a digital platform was just easier, more facile. I ended up learning Avid. I cut on Final Cut Pro, but we were using a traditional post facility, and I wasn't happy with the editing work that I was getting back, so I went and learned Avid, and then I cut the movie myself in conjunction with an assistant editor, which, again, I could not have done traditionally. I learned Avid in 2 days, and then, I got what I wanted. So I love technology. I love how powerful it makes me. I'm literally drunk with power.
So I assume you probably had always wanted to make films.
Mm-hmm.
Like, was this just something that, did it happen more quickly because you had access to technology, or it just kind of came together at the right time?
No, 100% technology enabled every aspect of the way that I made my movie. A project came to me last year, a script that I liked that I knew I could make quickly and for a price. And then, for every filmmaker, the biggest challenge is how to get the money to make it.
Right.
I had a secondary challenge, which is I'm on 4 series, so I get about 17 minutes off a year.
Right.
So to find a hole to make a movie was very difficult. I had a week off in May of 2016, and if I didn't get the movie made in that week, I wasn't getting it made this year. I was going to have to wait another year. To get a studio to be that nimble is impossible.
Yeah, just
so I ended up funding my movie on Kickstarter, not because I had exhausted other options, but because I needed to know right away that I could get the movie done. Obviously, people are familiar with crowdsourcing platforms. That is a technology-driven experience. Everything about it is your interaction with your fans through their phones, through their computers, pushing information and data to them and getting it from them, all digitally. So we built a campaign in less than a week. And then we knew after 5 days of launching the campaign that we were going to make a film, because typically, not always, but typically the rule of thumb for a crowdsourced campaign, specifically on Kickstarter, is if you're 50% funded in the first week, you'll fund fully. So we knew after a week we'd raised half of the money, we were going to make a film, and I was able to start hiring people. Every single part of making that film wasn't just touched by technology, was fueled and moved forward and made more robust by all the technological aspects of the way that we put that film together, and I could not have done it any other way.
Yeah. So is that going to be kind of the model of the way you want to create films moving forward? Like, or do you want to do bigger stuff, both? What's the future look like?
Every filmmaker wants $100 million.
Sure.
They're lying if they say that they don't. But what I will do is lie to you right now and say, no, this is actually true. Making a movie for a price is the most liberating experience that you can have as a creative. And I don't even just mean, look, I think probably all of you are working within within financial constraints. But knowing what's off the table affords you is being very focused about what's on the table. And knowing we had 7 days and knowing we only had this much money and looking at the options that were available to us, to me, we were able to leverage them in the most exciting and expansive way possible. I shot this movie in a car. The whole movie is set inside a car. It's a thriller about a guy driving across LA and trying to kind of keep his life from falling apart. And, so we're inside a car, and there's only so much available to you in there. But what can you do to make that viewing experience robust and exciting and rich and immersive for your viewer? A lot of the way that I concepted the movie also came out of the fact that I'm a gamer. And as immersive as games are, they're also a pretty constrained space. And I think the model for making something thrilling to your player is, that kind of visual model. I took that to the film. How can I make this contained space thrilling to my viewer? So I'm actually thinking I want to make a couple more movies at this price point, because it was just, I had so much freedom. I didn't have anybody sitting over my shoulder saying, you're spending too much money here, or, this guy sells well in India. I could just make the movie I wanted to make. Yeah. I love India. What's up, India? And I like working with that freedom, because this is exactly the film that I wanted to make, and I didn't have anybody telling me how to make it.
Yeah, and is the crowdfunding the way you'll go, or do you think you'll get more traditional?
I don't know that I'll crowdfund again. I'm hoping now that I've made a film, I'll be able to use it to get money from more traditional sources. But going to those traditional sources, I'm still looking to make movies under $1 million.
Okay.
Crowdfunding is a great experience, and it's incredibly catalytic, and you have a team of evangelists pushing your project outward, touching all of their friends and getting other people excited about it. But fulfilling your backer responsibilities is punishing.
Right.
Punishing.
Lots of communication.
We had a small campaign. We have about 2,100 backers, but I've got to communicate with each one of those people individually now. I have carpal tunnel in my soul from signing cards, you want to make those people satisfied. You want them to feel like their investment was worth it, and that requires a lot of intimacy. And so I don't know that I have the bandwidth to do it again, but it's been a really, really wonderful experience. Yeah.
Okay, and kind of on a related note, I mean, a lot of this, you do a lot of promotion on social networks and those kind of channels. You're very prolific there. I'm curious to hear your thoughts just on what social media has enabled you to do for your career, and if you can touch on kind of like the good parts, and then also if there are any kind of pitfalls that you've learned from.
Social media is obviously a really powerful tool, and it's a tool that I use quite a bit. There's a better metaphor than a gilded cage, but it's a tool that enslaves its master. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And I don't even mean the expectations of it. Just to make sure that you continue to have a robust and ongoing relationship with people, you've got to feed that beast.
Yeah, all the time.
And sometimes I spend more money thinking about what I'm going to tweet than about the films I'm going to make and the shows that I'm working on. And that's not really like a healthy creative relationship for me to have with social. You know what I mean? Sometimes I'm like, I don't want to talk to people on Twitter today. I love Twitter, but I'd like to write.
Yeah,
I'd like to be I'd like to stop talking about the material and actually start generating material. And I think that's the pitfalls of having an ongoing social media presence. I will say that I was talking about this at C-Space yesterday, that it's never been, and it's only going to get better, it's never been a better time to be a content creator because of social media, you can essentially know what your audience wants and deliver it directly to them on an ongoing basis. And that's been impossible in more traditional fora. And I think, obviously there's been this explosion in digital media for all kinds of content creators. But I think if you are an outlier, everybody wants to make a Brothers McMullen or a Blair Witch Project, or even, taking it way back, South Park was something that was kind of made as an outlier project and ended up in traditional media. We all want that breakthrough project, but you don't need it to be relevant. You don't need those traditional platforms to be relevant now. You can make something delightful and exciting and deliver it directly to the people who care about it without ever worrying about dealing with traditional organizations. And I think that's what's exciting about technology. And I think that tube is only going to get wider, but it's going to be more challenging to continue to stay connected to the tribe that cares most about what you're doing. And that's why you have to keep developing and feeding that beast, because those people drift away. We all drift away.
They'll find somebody else.
Still trying to finish the 3rd season of House of Cards. Never going to get to it. I love that show.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Okay, last thing before we get you out of here, I'm going to borrow one from your playbook. Self-inflicted wounds. Name me one of your self-inflicted technological wounds.
Oh, God. There's so many. Let's see. Well, I don't know. This isn't a really good one. I mean, I could just talk about all the dead technology that's living in a box somewhere in my
We
place.
all have that box.
We all have that box. And you and I were talking. I'm not a first adopter. Not an early adopter. I'm not an alpha. I'm definitely a beta. Not because I fear technology, but because I hate investing time and energy in something that's going to die.
Yes.
Everybody who's got a laser disc at home,
or attached to it, and then it disappears.
Or whose Vine videos just expired recently. You know what that feels like. And it's not about the gadget, and it's not about the software. It's about the time and the energy and the investment that you made in something that you cannot get back.
Yeah.
So I'm sure there are some of those, but I'm always waiting. I'm waiting for the bugs, man. I'm waiting for the bugs to get worked out.
Like to get it shake out
I'm waiting for the 8 to come out so I can buy the 7 for cheap. But just making my film, I will say that I'm really familiar with the Final Cut platform. I know it. I understand it. I've cut in it for a decade now. A lot of the filmmaking industry is married to Avid as an editing platform. I think that's more of a legacy relationship than a statement about how robust that editing software is. I think it stinks. Yeah. Don't throw things.
Yeah.
But I surrendered to people around me who were saying, no, Avid is the way. Avid is
we
the
fear
standard.
Change.
Yeah, they fear change and they're comfortable in it. And I get it. You know where all your quickies are. You know what I mean? You've set it up the way you like it.
Yeah.
But I wish that I had pushed harder to edit in a platform that I was familiar with, because I had to learn a new software and I learned it.
Yeah.
But every time I hit a problem, I had to go on YouTube, or I had to ask somebody, or I had to get my assistant editor. Whereas if I had just edited in the platform that I understood and that I knew, the film not only would have gotten cut quicker, but I would have been happier with the results, because you've got until 10 o'clock to get it done.
Yeah.
If you spend 3 hours trying to figure out how to do it, at 10 o'clock, what you need is the opportunity to push it past the finish line, and you don't get it.
Right.
So I'm not saying stick with what you know. I'm just saying go with your instincts, go with your gut, and don't let anybody tell you that the Laserdisc is the wave of the future, because it's not. What's up, Chewbacca? You look great. You're a little shorter than I remember you, though, bro.
He is.
He's put on some weight as well.
Yeah, it's his
Everybody
little
puts
brother.
on weight at CES.
All right, well, on that's all we have from Aisha. Thank you for joining us here on stage. And there
Thanks,
is more
guys.
to come
It was nice
from
talking with you. I
Engadget.
appreciate it.
And we'll be
Thanks
back.
for listening. Thank you.
Thanks, y'all. Hello, Internet. We're back here live from the Engadget stage in Las Vegas at CES 2017. I am Michael Gorman, editor-in-chief of Engadget. And joining me on stage, we have Eugene Chung, founder and CEO of Penrose Studios. How are you, Eugene?
I'm doing well. It's good to be here.
Okay, so before we start talking about Penrose, I know that you have been kind of in the tech space for a while, so can you talk a little bit about your time at Pixar and Oculus, and then kind of how that turned into Penrose?
Yeah, absolutely. So, it kind of goes all the way back to my childhood. My mother was a CPA, my father's an opera singer, so I've always had this mix of analytical as well as creative in my blood, and I found that to be true throughout my career. So, worked in creative places, made films, made movies, places like Pixar, major animation studios. Also worked at Oculus as well in the early days of virtual reality, where I was head of film and media and created something called Story Studio while I was there.
Yeah. So tell me about your first kind of Oculus experience, because we were talking a little bit about this backstage. It didn't sound like you were fully on board until you actually saw it. So can you tell us, what was that like?
Yeah, absolutely. So it was an incredible experience. I remember the very early Oculus experiences were things like the DK1, or as you said, the duct tape prototype that actually preceded the very first Oculus prototype. And those were interesting, but they weren't kind of the level of the VR that we have even today, so only several years later. But when I first went from New York City, which is where I was living, and I wanted to go and check out what was happening in Irvine, which was where Oculus was based, the CEO gave me a demo of what eventually sort of became, the prototype for the advanced headsets that we have today. It was called The Room, appropriately enough, and it had sort of, a selection of 10 or so demos that showcased the power of presence with a capital P, which is a very important concept in virtual reality. It's sort of that unmistakable feeling of being someplace else. And people, when they experience VR and experience good VR, they never forget that first time they achieved presence. And that was really the foundation of what convinced me to drop everything I had in New York City and fly out to Irvine and join the revolution.
Right on. Okay, so speaking of the revolution, the next step in your revolutionary path after Oculus was Penrose. So
that's right.
What is Penrose, and kind of what made you want to create it as a company?
Absolutely. So Penrose is a startup based in San Francisco whose mission is to define the next generation of human storytelling. We think that we have this opportunity to create a next generation media company, and this opportunity is different from the opportunities that have preceded us the last few decades. In fact, we think that this opportunity is not something that we've encountered since 100 plus years ago, since the foundation of cinema in the 1890s. And if you think about the 1890s, there were the major media companies of the day were the stage play companies, the opera companies, and those were the ones with the biggest stars, the biggest budgets, the best productions. And yet, 120 years later, we don't remember any of their names.
Right.
We remember names like Disney, Fox, Warner Brothers, the major media companies now, and those were all founded from the early 1900s. Paramount Pictures, over 100 years old. We remember who they are. They were at the forefront of the next major revolution of an art form and the next major revolution of a visual artistic platform. And we think that this is, in fact, that next transformation that we're undergoing now.
Okay, so with this transformation, obviously, there's a lot of people trying to figure out how to do storytelling kind of in this new environment. So can you kind of talk a little bit about, since you've had background in more traditional filmmaking, what are the differences and challenges in moving from storytelling in like the 2D window environment to kind of a 3-dimensional space?
It's a completely different experience. I mean, it's like a different language. And one of the interesting things is that if you are too tied to existing media, so if you're too tied to the idea of a frame and you've grown up thinking that you can create for that, it often actually provides a bigger barrier, right? We like to think about it as a new language. So whenever we talk and we come to work every day at Penrose, we think about what are the new cinematic languages as it relates to this new platform. And it's very similar to a normal language, right? It's if you speak French, for example, and you suddenly have to go and learn Swahili, it's very difficult to make that transition. It would actually just be easier if you just grew up speaking Swahili in the first place.
Yeah.
So we're finding that to be true here. And if you look back at the history books again, and you look at the people who were the best, highly revered people in their art and opera, people like Richard Wagner or Oscar Wilde 150 years ago, and then you saw those preeminent figures, some of them towards the latter part of the stage play, or with the dominance of the stage play, they tried to become film directors.
No.
And the vast majority of them failed because they weren't able to speak the language or learn the language. That's a very similar metaphor to what's happening in VR today. There's a lot of, you often see it, especially when I work with people who've worked in a cinematic medium for 10, 15, 20, 40 years, and they make a presumption, and it's hard to sort of untrain yourself from that. So I think the people who are going to be the winners in this space are going to be either new entrants, new people, as well as new creatives, as well as people who are flexible. There will be those few people who can actually adapt, but it's going to be rare.
So is there any existing kind of places where you can draw from as you're trying to solve these problems, or is it just you're reinventing the wheel?
So thankfully, there are a lot of things that you can draw from. So what's interesting is, obviously, storytelling has been around for thousands upon thousands of years.
Yep.
I mean, you think back to tens of thousands of years ago, the Paleolithic cave drawings, and certainly whenever people figured out how to sit around a campfire and go and tell a story. So we draw from all of that. We draw from face-to-face storytelling. We draw from stage plays. We draw from theater. We draw from video games. We draw from movies, and it's really kind of a mix of all of these things. Theater. So a lot of people, when they think of VR today, they think of video games or they think of movies. They usually think of video games first.
Right.
And really, I think that's a false dichotomy. I don't think video games and movies in VR are really that different. Right now they are, but eventually they're just going to converge and be part of the same spectrum, because good VR by its nature is interactive. Even if it's, in theory, passive, because you can, in theory, look anywhere you want to. You can look left, you can look right.
You have agency.
And this is one of the key problems that is difficult to figure out in VR, which is, we call it storytelling and presence, the capital P presence, are in conflict with each other. And this goes all the way back to not just 3 years ago, or 30 years ago, or 300 years ago. This is thousands of years old. So you think about how storytelling is told. Whenever you tell a story and you're sitting around a campfire, even then, you disengage with your body and you listen to the person. When you're in a movie theater and you're in that dark room, you're watching, you're lost in that movie. The instant someone pulls out their phone and starts playing text messaging or playing Pokemon Go, next to you rattles their keychain, you are taken out of that movie, and that's because you're suddenly present in your body. Now, VR storytelling is very complex, and it's a very fundamental problem in the sense that if you are given agency, and now you're also able to be told you're trying to tell a story, it's hard to do that. We find it in our own work. So Penrose created a film called Allumette. It's a 20-minute VR animated film, and based loosely on Hans Christian Andersen's Little Match Girl. And in this story, we tried different interactive elements, and we found that it often broke the story. People just decided to disengage, and they said, well...
Start playing around with stuff?
They started playing around, and they started saying, okay, I'm going to stop listening to this story. So I think this is actually one of the great unanswered questions in VR. I call it the identity question. Who are you in the piece that you're supposed to represent? Yeah. And I think that this is one of those things that we're going to develop over the course of the next several decades from a cinematic language perspective.
Yeah. So since this is an ongoing issue, and we've got a lot of people other than yourself also looking at this, but there are people creating stuff for VR. And quite honestly, a lot of it is not so great. So I would imagine that you have kind of very specific opinion on all of this stuff. So what are kind of the common pitfalls? And if there's just anything else, like what are people doing wrong right now in what we're seeing?
Absolutely. So it's hard, especially since we're all learning this. I guess one question I wake up asking myself is, who are we to pass judgment? I mean, we have our opinions, and hopefully people seem to like the work that we put out. But it's what's interesting is that we're all kind of in this stage of our existence, whether we're first-time creators or people who've been working at it for a few years, and it's almost like a little family of people trying to figure this out.
Right.
So with that caveat, some things that sort of I've noticed, I think the biggest thing, we've discussed it a bit already, is trying to take things that you think will work in VR and have it go work in VR. One of the most interesting things, and I've had this conversation time and time again, is that oftentimes when you first see VR, you instantly say, okay, I think all of these things will work, right? I think like skydiving is going to work, or XYZ and all this other stuff. And we all have these ideas, and then when you actually go and do them, you recognize very quickly how poor those ideas work into reality, or into virtual reality, so to speak. And so I think it's a process of iteration and trying and figuring it out. Alumet has been 20 minutes, and we designed various aspects, and it all looks like when you watch it that it was sort of all meant to be.
Right.
But it took a lot of iteration on every aspect of it: character design, scale, how large the thing is, sound design, all of that had to be figured out. And a lot of times, you got to wake up every day and you got to realize that you're not the master of your field. And that the field dictates what's going on, right? The art form dictates it to you, and the art form likes to slap you around once every so often, several times per day. It's been interesting. It's been interesting to kind of go through that journey. And what's more interesting is leading a team through that journey, right? Whether it's someone right out of school who can just kind of either pick it up because they got a knack for it, or someone who's been working for 20 years in cinema and now has to go and relearn everything that they know.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I know that Alumet, you've referenced that a couple of times, and that's in animation. Is Penrose working on any live action stuff, or is animation the thing? Because to me, it feels like animation is the easiest way to kind of tackle a lot of these kind of figuring out the problems of doing that, because you can just make them do whatever you want when you want to do it, and you don't have to go back and reshoot or anything. So. Can you speak to kind of that dichotomy, and are there any unique challenges in shooting with actual human beings instead of sprites?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I think there's a big difference between 360 video and sort of CG animated content. And the biggest thing is actually something called positional tracking. And what this means is the ability to move through space. Now, it's hard to describe it in words, but essentially it provides a level of presence that is unmatched relative to 360 video. Now, the problem, one thing that is sort of non-intuitive is, a lot of people like animated films, like Pixar, et cetera. But then I get the question, well, what about live action, right? Most of the stuff I watch as an adult is live action, is what people say. And that's true of myself as well. I mean, I love live action films or TV shows. I would say the vast majority of things I watch are live action in non-VR. But in VR, CG animation, whatever you want to call it, is just so much more effective, right? And Walt Disney has made animation in this country mean a certain thing, which usually means cute, folksy, or something that is for kids. It is not necessarily hold over as true in other parts of the world, like Japan or some parts of Europe. But here we have that. So whenever we talk about animation, people here are like, well, you can't do serious stuff in animation. But the thing here is that the medium itself is so much better tuned to CG and positional tracking. The problem with animation today, before it relates to VR, is that it is so much more expensive than 360 video by a lot. However, I think the thing we get to, and as technology moves very quickly, volumetric capture, the ability to capture, for example, this stage, and be able to look everywhere and move around everywhere, that I think is going to be where we really achieve the pinnacle or the apotheosis of live action in virtual reality. Because right now it's just a 360 video. You put a camera right here and you kind of feel stuck when you're in VR. But that will revolutionize everything. I mean, so when we're doing CG today, I mean, I love CG, I love animation, but it's a proxy for the future when we get good volumetric capture, because that will allow us to create the movies that we want to create, which is, live like this, and it makes us feel like we're actually there.
So when we're talking volumetric capture, that's like at the level that you're talking about, like the closest thing that I'm thinking of right now is like Google's Project Tango. I assume it needs to be way better than that for it to work, right?
Yeah.
So we're not close, in other words.
Yeah, I think we're a bit far. I mean, there's a lot of promise. The word, if there are any buzzwords in VR, presence is one. Another one is light field, right? A lot of people talk about light field technology. It's something that Magic Leap likes to talk a lot about in its public articles, and it's Otoy, a company in LA, likes to talk about it. A lot of people talk about these things, and that is a potential path to get there. The only problem is light field tech today, to do volumetric capture, just takes a lot of hard drive space and a lot of processing power. I remember I saw a demo and it had 14 GPUs, right? I mean, normally a good gaming computer might have one, and your personal laptop probably has an integrated graphics, not even a GPU. And they had 14 GPUs, and it was still not very good, right? It was still kind of right on the line. And so, so I think we still need time to get there, which is why CG is going to sort of stem that tide.
Lead the way.
But eventually, especially as it relates to things like augmented reality, which of course are the ability to see the world around you and see things, volumetric capture and light fields could work incredibly well. And for example, I could be on the stage, or you could be on the stage, and one of us doesn't have to even be here. And everyone thinks that we are here.
And so to rewind a little bit, we're talking about like a lot of people are working on kind of the problems in VR, and it seems to me like I think a lot of people, myself included, are sort of expecting it to come from someone like you or someone from old Hollywood, like filmmakers. They just have kind of the resources. But you were recently in China checking out what's happening over there. So can you talk a little bit about that experience? And also, do you expect kind of maybe someone bubbling up from somewhere else on Earth that we weren't expecting to kind of solve some of these problems?
It's very possible. I think what American tech companies have today is a scale. In terms of entertainment, often scale matters a lot, right? And the ability to leverage economies of scale. And I think we have that advantage and the talent, both technical and creative. I'd say in China, there's a lot of excitement around VR. A lot of the companies there are focused on the hardware.
Okay.
That's what they're really, really good at. So if you go around Shenzhen, which is sort of one of the big areas where they're doing a lot of hardware, you see a ton of VR startups, right, that have sort of emerged and started to blossom. And now it's sort of really taken over the consciousness there. But I remember you were on the clock 7 months ago. I was in Cannes, the Festival of Cannes in southern France. And what was interesting is that was sort of the first time I understood the global implication of VR and saw it firsthand. So I saw companies from Israel, companies across Europe and Amsterdam, companies from the US, companies from China, and realized that this is going to be a global medium. And that was very exciting to see, and I was very excited to see that. And then, of course, I've since traveled to different places and realized how big it's going to be. But I think it's going to be interesting to see how it emerges and who the big players are going to be. Is it going to be the old guard countries, or is it going to be the new guard? Yeah. If you look back at the 1900s, what's interesting is that the European companies, film companies, were actually the ones that were making the best content and the most amount of money until about mid-1910s, so 1914, 15 or so. World War I broke out, and up until then, Hollywood was sort of the runt of the litter globally, right? I mean, they were kind of making the second-class content. World War I broke out, and the Hollywood companies then gained the scale advantages, and by 1920, European companies couldn't even compete. And Hollywood has never looked back, and has so far been the preeminent, dominant, media area in the world.
Yeah.
And we'll see. What's interesting, you analyze the history, and you realize that there's some interesting things that can apply here. I think right now, I would say America, from a content perspective, probably has a good lead. But given the global nature of the world today, it certainly wouldn't be a surprise if good content comes from anywhere.
Yeah. Okay, so you touched on this. There's a lot of hardware being made in China. I would like to get your thoughts on kind of the state of existing VR hardware where we're at now. I mean, there's HTC Vive, there's PlayStation VR, of course, Oculus floating around.
Yes.
What is your favorite and why?
That's a very loaded question for a VR creator. I like them all. It's like your children, right?
Right. Okay. You need distribution on everything. Yeah, I got you.
Well, I do actually love all of them, because there isn't like yet a best headset. There's a best headset for what it is you want to do. If the Vive has an incredible tracking area, but you've had hand tracking since the very beginning, and that's been an incredible product. Now the Oculus with its touch, it's come out. When I go behind, the thing with it though is that you don't get the same kind of room scale, but that hand tracking is unmatched, is unrivaled.
Right.
PlayStation VR is just so easy. It's got the power of positional tracking and things like that, but it's a lot cheaper, more affordable, a lot more accessible. So that's great. And of course the Gear VR, Daydream, those are things you can just take on a plane and go enjoy it. When you have a 12-hour plane ride to wherever you are, and enjoy that. So I think all of them have their merits. Of course, VR and AR are two separate categories, and I think VR is far more developed, a lot more content, actual consumer hardware. But when you look at some of the AR stuff out there, it's kind of incredible. The HoloLens, for all of its faults and deficiencies, and it's in development phase still. It's got some amazing technology inside of it, right? And though it still suffers from field of view problems, the ability to have that computer vision to track the world is going to be incredible. And I've had some already amazing experiences in it.
And with kind of all of these different hardware that have, in some cases, drastically different capabilities, what kind of challenges does that present as someone who's trying to create for presumably all of these headsets? Like, what is that like? And like, are you okay with it? Is it really difficult? Does it add a lot of overhead? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
Oh, it adds tons of overhead. I mean, it's so In the beginning of any major industry, whether it's oil industry, automobile industry, typically you don't have these sort of standards, right? There aren't clean interfaces between things. So what that means is that you have sort of a disparate, scattered system, and eventually, of course, you have more and more people that sort of consolidate. You consolidate around clean interfaces. Today, that doesn't exist. So a lot of our engineers have to go spend their time figuring out how do you release for the PlayStation VR, very different from the Vive and the Rift. And, some of it is, it makes it very difficult for people. It used to be kind of easy, 2 people out of a garage actually doing VR. It's gotten a little harder now because you have so many platforms, so many important platforms, and you need kind of a whole engineering team to go be able to manage that. But the good news is we're creating technology and we're creating tech to help standardize that. And so a lot of the work that they do, and our engineering team does, is goes and figures that out. Over time, and then over the next 5 to 10 years, I expect that those are going to become a lot better, especially as we start to sort of migrate to certain platforms, and certain platforms emerge as dominant players. And even between platforms, we're already starting to see interfaces that span different ones. But right now, it's a pretty big challenge for any creator.
So stay tuned.
Stay
In the
tuned.
meantime, you just have to spend a lot of overtime.
That's right.
For all these. Okay.
That's right.
Well, that's all that we have time for. Thank you very much, Eugene.
Thank you.
And stay tuned. We've got more coming live from the Engadget stage here at CES 2017. Thanks, y'all. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Drop it low, let me play that back.
get into it. I think,
Welcome back to the CES stage. I'm here with Brett Recor of Box Clever Design, the man behind this thing, the Best of CES trophy. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much. It looks great out here in the spotlight.
You would say that.
Yeah.
So why don't you tell us a little bit about how this came about? I mean, obviously I hit you up or Rena hit you up, but tell us a little bit how the design came about and what your thinking was behind making this thing come to life.
Sure, yeah. Well, we were approached by you guys to take a look at what it means to stand out at CES, make a trophy that people take away and has a particular stance. And I think that when we approach a design like this, we're trying to give everyone a read about what it is, but also to draw you in from afar. So we have a long distance read, and then you get up closer and you kind of learn a little bit more. So we had a lot of fun creating something that had a shape, but also played with space a little bit.
If we hadn't asked you to do gold and black because that's our favorite colors, what would you have done?
I love doing things that are really genuine. So I think we would have tried to probably push to do something in a raw material, like an aluminum, or maybe even go into a glass if we could. But we have budgetary constraints, so diamonds are out of the question.
Yeah, talk to my boss about that next year.
Yeah, right.
So you were here not just because you wanted to hang out with me on a couch for half an hour, but you have a job that brings you to CES regularly.
That's right.
So what do you do, and why are you here?
It's kind of funny. I do a lot of research on what's out in the market, what's coming, the trends. But I also come and I watch everyone observe. So I kind of creep around and watch people use new products and understand behavior. As a designer, we have to kind of look at what people are doing, not just what they're saying. So it's kind of trying to figure out that in-between moment when someone likes something and how their body is communicating that back to me. So I'm a little bit of a stalker here, and you see my head bopping in the crowd. I'm looking down and watching people using devices.
And you are a little, you got that creeper look about you, so it works out well.
I try to hide it sometimes, but I just can't help it.
Yeah. So you've been out in the Venetian. You haven't hit the show floor proper, but
yeah.
I wanted to talk a little bit about the worst designed gadgets, either at this show or previous shows.
Yeah.
What are the things that you've seen this week that are just like, Jesus Christ, why did you do that?
Well, I think the funnest thing to really see here are some mashups. They're things that probably shouldn't go together, and I don't have one in mind, but you'll see them where it's the technology's available and people did it just because they could. And there's a lot of things that have happened in the last 5 years where mobile phones have connected all these different things in our lives and made it so much easier for us to leverage one thing to do multiple ways of connecting to other aspects of our needs in terms of our workflow and our daily life. And I think now it's moving beyond that. I think right now, Alexa and these devices that you just kind of talk to yourself in your home suddenly provide you with a whole different level of interaction with technology. So I think there's another wave coming in the next few years.
Have you seen the voice-activated trash can?
No, I want to check that out.
That's
little Groucho?
Literal garbage. Yeah. So to your point, Nick Offerman was up here, I guess, earlier this week, and you had pointed out earlier that he was talking about Bluetooth-connected butt plugs.
Yes.
Coincidentally, a couple of our editors, the first thing they thought when they saw the trophy was, it looks like a butt plug.
Yep.
And I was wondering if this is something that happens to you often. You create this thing, you're really excited about it, and somebody looks at it and they're just like, that's a dick.
Yeah. And that's okay. That's part of design. You have to have a thick skin, and you have to go out there with an intent, and sometimes it's interpreted a certain way, and you have to live with it, and you learn from it too. And a lot of times we'll catch it earlier, and we'll know that, and we know that there's a lot of ways to showcase phallic symbols in design, and we're careful. But sometimes you just have to let it go.
Yeah.
I laugh it off. I like it. I like when people spin it.
Well, there's nothing wrong with a butt plug.
No.
Really.
And
Although
even the Bluetooth one, there's nothing wrong with that
trying
either.
to have sex with this would be pretty painful.
I think it would cause some serious pain.
Yeah. So we talked a little bit about what people are doing wrong, but I wonder if you can tell us, like, from your perspective, who are the companies that are getting industrial design right in consumer technology right now?
Yeah, I think that there's some pioneers that have done things to help pave the way, and it helped a lot of the newer companies or other companies jump into the mix. I mean, obviously Apple's done a great job with hardware and making quality throughout all of their products, and I think that's kind of a ripple effect throughout everything else. People have a higher expectation level of what quality is, but I think that like GoPro a few years ago was a pioneer in what they did, and they kind of stuck with it and didn't do much with it. And a lot of people have come out with better or more advanced camera technology now, where we have cameras, like tiny cameras in everything. So I really think that there's like these movements that happen within industry and within brands that kind of set the bar, and everyone else has to kind of chase it or try to overcome that bar.
So there's like a popular understanding amongst the tech press that Apple has kind of stagnated in terms of innovation. And I wonder if in the design community there's a similar sort of conversation happening.
Yeah, Apple, my perspective is it's gotten too big to be the nimble player it once was. It was like, this kind of rogue brand that was doing something that was really setting itself apart, and now it's become almost like a Microsoft, where it's bigger than it can handle, and it's really struggling with that size and the platform. It has so many devices and so many versions of devices alive that you have a real difficulty keeping that seamless interface. So I think they're really hit a big bump there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think of what Microsoft's doing right now in terms of design? Because I think that, like, from a consumer perspective, a lot of us have been really impressed over the past couple of years with the Surface Books, or whatever they're called, Surface Pros. It's been a long
Surface
week,
Mania.
y'all.
Yeah.
But what do you think about what Microsoft's been doing?
I actually am impressed by the way Microsoft is pushing forward to rethink how we use a lot of our interfaces. I think the Surface Pro and the Surface, along with the new Surface Studio, that I think is a big step forward, and it's rethinking our desktop computing. We don't need the same kind of tools anymore. We're more tactile with how we work, and I think that's a great example of how to push it forward.
I think it's interesting also to see companies like Microsoft getting into sort of like making devices specifically for people like you.
Yeah.
Like, that seems to be happening a lot more lately.
Yeah, I mean, back in the day, it was if you wanted to do Photoshop work, you would get out a Wacom tablet, and you'd have to draw here, and it would draw up on the screen. And then when we got to where we finally got touch screens and stylus, it became a lot easier to interact. But I think that we haven't crossed that bridge, and our industry, the creative industry, loves the freedom, but it's still not quite as pure as a sketch on paper. So
Yeah.
we still use pencils.
So as far as the stylus is concerned, is that like the sort of explosion of the stylus lately? You think that's catching on, or you think that that's just like a nice accessory to have?
I think it's going to get better. I think it's almost like there's a movement and it's going to get refined. I think Apple's pencil is an example of a way to do it. But the stylus has been around for a long time, and I think Adobe had one a few years back that didn't really get a lot of traction. But I think that's going to go through another wave, and I think with a lot of the other technologies we have that are being pushed with sensors and accelerometers and the way things move, there probably be a little bit more gestural approach. Like I'm still waiting for Minority Report, because I want to be able to hand wave, make some magic.
But I mean, like you said, it comes back to the pencil and paper, right?
It does.
Like
It does.
this is a weird thing to do.
Yeah.
When you're trying to create something very intricate or very sort of like specialized.
Yeah, there's like with design and workflow, you have to have a human element. Like one of the things I come and look at is how people are interacting, and that's the human experience. And with the process of creativity, there's a tactile element. There's just being able to get your thoughts out and then work through that process. And it's a very iterative process to design. Like we didn't do this in an hour. We had,
oh, really?
We had phases of work. Well, we did, but we didn't want to tell you that.
Right.
But it took, it takes rounds of iterations and refinement, and then you have to figure out with industrial design, just like everything in here, how do you make it? And that also influences, what it's going to cost and how complex it's going to be, and all these different variables come into play.
So what is the most interesting way that we're now interacting with our devices? Like, what do you think is like the coolest thing?
Yeah, I think that the AR VR is really interesting, where it's super weird to not see around you, but with AR I think that's helping a little bit. And I think Google Glass, it actually pioneered in a way where it got a lot of backlash, but it did something unique where you're able to have heads-up information, and I think that's gonna come back around in a different way. And I think that we're also seeing it with like the Snapchat, the Snap glasses,
spectacles.
The spectacles, yes.
Yeah.
The specs. So that's another example where it's like trying it a different way, and I think these experiments or attempts to like see what happens will lead to another round where we can think about interface. Because I know it's like capturing imagery and video, but who's to say that can't actually work with like your hands, so you can gesture and that does something and make something happen.
There's a lot of potential there.
Yeah.
So speaking of Google Glass, what did you think of the design of Google Glass? Because it got a lot of shit, and not only because people were afraid that you'd be recording them at inopportune moments, but also because you look like a fucking dweeb, a dweeb with them on.
Yeah, the glass holes.
Yes.
Yes. It was interesting. I saw it in development. I was working for someone else at the time, and I was able to actually see it go through the early stages of development. And I think they tried really hard to overemphasize what it was. And you look at it now versus the specs from Snap, and I think it's just like they're very different, right? One's like integrating and one's overt. And I think that the design, I think they were definitely exploring other opportunities, but it got so much of a backlash that they pulled the cord on it and said, let's just wait for a while.
To me, it seems like maybe they didn't really know their audience. Like spectacles, when I look at spectacles, I think, oh yeah, that's like a millennial's like dream pair of sunglasses, right?
Yeah.
They look like Ray-Bans. They've got like mirrored lenses or whatever. It seemed to me like maybe Google didn't get who they were making it for.
I agree 100%. And I think that Google actually, their hardware division in general, up until recently, was very fragmented. You have all these different things that they've acquired and they've built, and there was Nexus, and they acquired Nest, and all these pieces under the brand. But recently, their launch of their IoT stuff is actually quite nice. I mean, they actually are thinking about, okay, we're going to have a brand language and have a cohesive series of products. And I think there's new leadership, there's new structure, and I think that's going to start to show Google becoming more like a Samsung, and actually having a product line that's cohesive.
What do you think of the modular phone stuff? You think we're ever going to see that happen? Because it's like, speaking of Google, right? Was it Project Aura?
Yeah.
So they got that going on, and Moto did some...
Moto did the interchangeable backs.
Are we going to get modular phones or what? Because I really want one.
I'd like to try it. I think that we've kind of been doing modular phones anyway. We have accessories for our phones. We have extra batteries. We have cases. We have camera lenses. But they're all like, you pop it on, you need some sort of attachment to make it work. I thought Aura was a really playful gesture. I was bummed that it didn't actually go out and become real for very long. I mean, it was out for, I don't know. They launched it and then they took it away.
Did they?
Yeah.
I thought it was like only a South America launch or something like that.
They were going to launch it in Puerto Rico. I think they canceled it, but I don't know the details. It was just sad that it wasn't going to go mainstream and let people.
Did you ever get to see that one in person?
No. Friends of mine designed it, so worked on it. There's like 10 agencies that worked on it because it was in like the works for so long.
So it was as fragmented as the pieces that went on it.
Yeah, almost. It's kind of honest about where it came from.
I mean, it seems to me like it must be easier when it's just one design studio working on a device.
Yeah, and I think that the bigger thing is like, how do you tie it back to the overarching brand? Like, how does that fit into what Google's doing? Are they going to do that with other things? Are they going to do that with computers? Like, can you take your keyboard out? Can you add a different monitor to your laptop? So I really don't know, what the thinking was in terms of the whole system, but clearly somebody didn't like it or didn't want to deal with it and got pulled.
Right.
Yeah. Which happens. That's.
I mean, you said that Google is now figuring out kind of like a sort of style for their devices or creating sort of a visual language.
Yeah.
Who are they marketing to? Just by looking at it, who do you think that the audience is for a Google device at this point?
Yeah, it's a good question. Google's always been like, we're for everyone. We're playful. We're not trying to, section any demographic out. But I do think that what they're trying to do is make it more lifestyle. Their product line in general, the color and some of the materials and things that they're doing are definitely, tied to the home. Especially with that product category, the IoT product category. But as you see them develop other things, it'll be interesting to see how it goes outside of the home, like with the mobile devices and the work and office devices as well.
Can we talk about the Daydream headset for a second? Their VR headset?
Sure. Yep.
It sweats for your face.
Yeah. I was. We've done some VR concept work, and we've looked at fabrics, and it's a real tough thing to do to cross that bridge where you bring in non-traditional materials. A lot of wearables are with TPUs like rubber and silicone, so they can be washed and cleaned. But when you start to get into fabric, it starts to become a different monster. Right? It doesn't clean as easy. It holds dirt. It holds other things.
Right. When we're looking at a future of VR porn, and I don't know if it makes sense to have fabric.
I know. Yeah, you
necessarily.
might want a silicone version.
Yeah. Do you think that they were like thinking like athleisure's super hot right now, so we're gonna slap some sweats on your face, or?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know really where it came from. I think it probably is just trying to make it a little bit more friendly. That's one of the biggest challenges with VR, I think. I mean, you look over here, the Samsung roller coaster, which has anyone gotten sick over there, by the way?
Have you guys gotten sick over there?
It is. It
no,
is
nobody. I'm sure somebody's.
I almost get sick watching it. It's nuts. But that's an example where that's like it's overtly tech. It's like black and big and got wires coming out of it. And I think that what Google's trying to do is like make it a little bit more approachable and more of like a piece of clothing rather than a ski mask.
And ultimately something you can wear on your couch, because I guess a lot of people wear sweats at home.
Yeah, I lounge in sweats.
Yeah.
It's the way to do it.
Not for me, but So we've talked a little bit about other people's design mistakes. Can you tell us what your biggest design mistake was?
That's a tough one. But I make a lot of mistakes. Design is full of them. You can't it's not linear. There's a lot of, we do this diagram where we show where we're starting and where we want to end, and like we draw a line, and like that's what you think it is, but it's really this crazy roller coaster with like switchbacks and cliffs that you have to jump down. But I think some of the things that, I think one of the biggest mistakes isn't really a design problem, it's more of a communication problem. When you're working with a client, you think you're seeing eye to eye, and then halfway through the goalposts move, but they don't think they moved, and clearly you think they did. So
is this inadvertent shade right now? Are you?
No. This is.
You talking about us?
No. You guys were good. They only moved a little bit.
Yeah. Well, So I think I'm super excited about this. I think everybody else is, and frankly, like we couldn't be happier to have worked with you guys and to have
Us
had
too.
somebody who's worked on so many awesome things. What is next for Box Clever?
Well, there's a lot of stuff going on. We intentionally work on cross-platform work. We don't work just in tech. We do tech. We do furniture. We work on lifestyle. We think about how we can make everything as sustainable as possible. So we're constantly cross-pollinating a lot of our work. Not literally, but just like different aspects, whether it's materials or a certain technology that we can bring into something else that doesn't usually have that. And we do it with a purpose. It's not just willy-nilly. We don't just throw metal in something because we want metal. And I think this year we're going to be starting a new piece of furniture with Noel. We're moving spaces, so that's a little bit of a project for us too.
Oh, you guys are moving out of the neighborhood?
Only 3 blocks down.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's like a whole nother project.
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah, it'd be fun. We'll put some tech in there.
Are you also an interior designer?
No.
No. Who does that job?
Some of our industrial designers have architecture backgrounds, so they'll be helping.
But really, what does your house look like?
My house, my son makes it a mess, so it's pretty good. I live in in San Francisco. It's more of a kind of a traditional, older 1940s elements of Victorian, but then the furniture in it contrasts considerably with what the structure looks like.
So what are the projects that you've worked on in the past that have like sort of been the most representative of who you are as a designer? Like, what are the projects that you got out there that you really felt like this is a Brett Recor Box Clever design?
I think the light that we did, we spun off a venture product called Fade, and a company called Fade Studio.
Is that the one that's in the MoMA store?
It is.
Okay.
Yep. It's in the SF MoMA and the New York MoMA store. And that was, it's really kind of gave us an opportunity to do a complete case study. So we did the brand identity, the product, the packaging, the website, all the touch points. And it was great because it shows what we can do, but also we have this whole arsenal of things that we can share with our young companies and help them through some of the challenges when you're trying to launch something. So that's a really good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And last question, what are you the most excited about here at CES this year? If you haven't seen it yet, if you've just been following along, and something you just have to see.
Yeah, it's funny. The CES has become a bit of an auto show.
Yeah.
And so I'm really excited about seeing some of the electric cars, some of the self-driving aspects. The drones are crazy. I love how crazy it's getting. I think there's one thing I was chatting with somebody about personal aircraft, and he's like, I can't wait till people can fly their planes and land in their driveways. It's like, well, you got to think of it the other way. You basically just can't wait until you can get into a drone, because that's what's going to happen. It's not going to be like you're not going to take a propeller plane and land it on a runway and drive it to your house. You're going to lift off from your driveway in your drone, and it'll take you where you need to go. Or someone else, or it'll be a communal drone, it'll be Uber drone, whatever.
That sounds like a complicated design project.
Yeah,
and I
I'm on it.
Can't wait to see what you come up with. Thank you again, and stay tuned for whatever's coming on after this.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Hello, nerds, and welcome to the Engadget podcast. This is episode 23, Leaving Las Vegas. We are once again at CES, as we have been all week. I am joined by Christopher Trout, executive editor.
Prepared to drink myself to death as per the name of the podcast.
Yes. I was going real dark.
Yeah, apparently.
Editor-in-chief Michael Gorman.
What's happening?
And managing editor Dana Woolman.
Yo, we survived.
We did. Well, it's not quite over yet. The show does technically go on for one more day.
Yes, there's still time to die. Still time for somebody to kill you.
In addition to this being our CES podcast, Gorman and Trout, you're not just here because you're the bosses and we needed to have you on. You're here because you're also the first and last place in Flame Wars.
And I would like to file what's about to be said and happen under protest. I got screwed on multiple occasions, and that's all I'm going to say about that.
And I would like to collect my prize.
Yes. So for those who haven't watched the podcast before CES, because we haven't been doing it all week, Flame Wars is a segment where we debate the big stories of the week. It is purely a intellectual exercise. We don't necessarily believe these things, but we keep track and we keep score, and we've had a running leaderboard on the site the entire time.
The judging, I would like to emphasize, is super subjective.
It is. It is the most subjective. And since Michael Gorman came in last, and Christopher Trout came in first.
Shenanigans.
Trout gets to demand whatever he wants of Gorman, basically.
I was gonna go with foot massage, but I wore the wrong boots this week, and I've got blisters all over my feet, so you won't be seeing my pedicure.
Who breaks in a new set of shoes at CES? That's what I want to know.
Who names their kid Trout?
Also, who names their child?
Two very good unanswerable questions.
But we're gonna go for an over-the-clothes shoulder rub, so get to work. Do I turn around or do we just...
you got to turn around. I can't get up and walk back there. The mic won't work. So talk amongst yourselves.
Well, Gorman
while I
does that.
pay
We're
this
just
debt
gonna-
that I don't actually have, but I'm going to anyway because I'm such a good sport.
While Gorman does that, we're going to reiterate for the listeners at home that
can go
Gorman
harder.
is a trained attorney who managed to, despite all his professional arguing skills, come in last in this ongoing competition.
I'm an actual licensed courtroom attorney, and somehow... This is what I'm saying. I'm filing under protest. You cheated me this year, Dana.
Maybe you're just
you
not a
judged
very good
wrong.
lawyer.
I'm super compelling.
Get to work, and let's talk about some gadgets or something.
Yeah.
Come on. These people didn't come here to see me get a massage.
Well, while this is going on, let's make it super creepy. And he's getting real in there. This is good. Dana is very uncomfortable, and let's make Dana more uncomfortable. Let's talk about sex and porn and stuff.
Okay. Like I haven't been doing that for the past hour up here with everybody that I've talked to.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I don't know how practical this massage is. So what do you want to talk about?
Leading up to CES, you published a piece sort of detailing the history of pornography in the sex industry and AVN and its separating from CES, and how it kind of vanished from the show floor.
Yeah.
So, how long ago did they separate again?
So, I'll give you the Cliff Notes
get
of
the
the
too
story,
long didn't read
but
version.
basically AVN, which is the Adult Video Conference or the Adult News Conference,
which grew out of CES.
Okay, I can't concentrate when you're touching me like that. So we'll pick this up in the trailer. But
Yeah,
basically,
okay.
what happened was back in the 80s, like 1982, 3, 4, somewhere around there. When VHS and Betamax were at war, which is a very commonly told story that I don't have to repeat. But basically, there was an adult video section within CES. It was actually part of CES, and it broke away in 1998 when one of the exhibitors decided that he was going to start AEE as a result of feeling like they were kind of not being given the same treatment as other technology companies, right? So Paul Fishbein spun out, did his own thing up until 2011, and then 2011 he sold the company, and they basically that year the new management decided that AVN would no longer run at the same time as CES. And at that point, there was basically no representation of sort of sex products or any of that for a while.
Yeah.
Then Suki and Brian Dunham, the people at Oh My Bod, who have their booth here and have for 6 years, decided that they were going to come to CES and do it legit, and they did, and they've been doing it since then. So they've been here for about 6 years, quietly kind of doing their thing until last year. We talked to them, a couple of other companies, I think like Vice did a piece on them, and they've really gotten this like mainstream recognition here that didn't really exist for sex or sex products before. And then this year, for the first time since 1998, there is a porn company showing in the South Hall in a conference room. They're called Naughty America. They're doing virtual reality porn. It's, not 360-degree porn. It's like 180. But honestly, it's probably the best stuff that I've seen. Like, it's the most well shot, right? Because it's very easy to shoot a human poorly in virtual reality.
Yeah.
You end up with warped faces, you end up with like strangely large breasts, or somebody whose torso is 5 feet long or whatever, and that's not very sexy.
And you don't really need 360 probably for VR porn.
I just think like, why not take advantage of the whole thing, right? Like, why wouldn't you? Otherwise, what is 180? It's like whatever. It's like being in a...
I assume you're going to be looking at the subjective set. You're not really interested on what's going on the set behind you.
This comes to a key issue for me when it comes to this stuff, which is everybody's using pornography and virtual reality in a POV sort of sense, right? So
Yeah.
you're this sort of disembodied, or there's a body, right, with no head, and usually no torso, and you're just looking down and you see your genitals, and a person is basically coming at you and doing all the things to you. And we were talking to Kelly Holland, the CEO of Penthouse, yesterday, because they're doing something a little bit different, which is basically they're creating these scenes, right? These sort of like full-on sex scenes where everywhere you turn, there's some other kind of thing going on.
A carnival of sex, if you will, I believe is how
Right,
I
and
would
it's
put it.
a little bit, it's a little bit more voyeuristic. It's like you're there, but you're not necessarily. They're not trying to create you within it, right?
Okay.
You are the voyeur. You're the person watching. You're the person kind of in the corner, like in the middle of things, just kind of experiencing it as a scene. So, I'm curious though. I know that Michael's seen virtual reality pornography.
I have.
Dana, have you seen it?
I've not. I've just edited your column a million times. And so I've vicariously experienced it.
Which is an interesting, I don't know if we're going to get too deep in the weeds if we talk about it, but honestly, it is a very strange relationship that you have with your editor when you write about sex for a living. And I don't think this is anything that you ever expected to do.
No, but it's a change of pace from gadgets, right?
Yeah. I mean, I talk about gadgets, let's be real, like...
Sexy gadgets.
An internet-connected male masturbator is still a gadget.
Yeah.
Very much
I mean, that's 100% a gadget. I had the pleasure of editing one of them recently, and I was like...
Pleasure. See,
yeah.
and every time, everything you say sounds dirty when you're talking about it.
It does. But no, I mean, I agree. It's sort of a weird thing to end up doing. Like, it's not a TV, but it's also a nice change of pace. It's... Because I think also a lot of times you're not just talking about gadgets and stuff, you're talking about the impact this has, and it's very sex positive, and it's I don't know. I love the column. Like, it's one of my favorite things we publish.
Aww.
I can take it or leave it.
And to be clear, I'm not sex positive, my column is.
Yeah.
I'm extra sex negative. So yeah, I mean, like, the interesting thing though this year is that, like, last year I think I saw a handful of things that were sort of sex-related products.
Yeah.
This year there are 2 companies showing on the show floor. Haven't heard of or seen a whole lot going on outside, like in meeting rooms or anything like that. And honestly, I don't know what it is. I think it's this weird, uncomfortable relationship that the tech industry has with sex, right? And I don't know that will ever be resolved.
Yeah.
Or that there will ever again be a really big presence for these sorts of products at CES.
I don't know that there will be either, but I always found it sort of interesting and, to be blunt about it, kind of hypocritical in a way that they kind of frown upon and shun these companies and the pornography studios, and then you walk through the booths and I won't name names, but like you have women in skimpy outfits as mermaids just for no reason, luring people over.
Sure.
And to be clear, I think you need to be 18 to even enter CES, right? So
This is
this
true.
is not.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
this is definitely an adult zone by default. It's
Yeah.
not a family-friendly place.
Well, I mean, I think the idea is they're trying to portray it as being family friendly, even though if you're a kid you can't get in. But I mean,
I had no idea about that.
What?
I didn't realize that it was an 18 plus. This is not an all ages show.
No, it is not. I mean, what was that?
That was an electrical fart.
It's the Ford. That's the Ford booth doing their thing again.
Oh.
Doing their thing as in like letting
this with
some
the best
steam
sound
out.
effects. Yeah.
That literally just broke my train of thought completely. It is good, though, I think, that we've seen sort of a decline in the booth babe thing a little bit. I mean, they're still out there. You can still find them, but it is less and less.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it as much this year. I don't know. I mean, I haven't been out on the show floor very much, though. I mean, have you seen many?
You know, I've seen women as like helpers, as like Vanna White style.
Yeah.
You know, people who show off the devices. I haven't seen anything too egregious in terms of like the outfits the women are wearing. So that alone might be a slight improvement. But there definitely are still young women, pretty women, used as sort of props or helpers in that sense.
Do you guys remember last year there was a TV company or display company that had like
all the weird images?
It was like basically 1-900 commercials without the 1-900 plastered across it.
In like flowing pastel background.
Yeah,
right.
It was like softcore porn without the actual nudity, basically.
Who was that?
I think it was some.
I want to say it was Hair, maybe.
Oh, I think you might be right.
Higher, I think.
Higher, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Mispronouncing things is something I do all the time.
Speaking of hair, we were going to talk about some really ridiculous gadgets.
Oh,
right?
That's excellent segue, sir.
Thank you. I'm the master of segues. I have a fleet of segues at home, actually.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was so bad.
Yes.
Anyway,
go ahead.
Let's talk about ridiculous gadgets.
Well, clearly you want to talk about this hairbrush.
I guess. Does anybody know what it does?
The hairbrush.
Aside
I
from
just
getting people
cannot
upset?
believe that they put a microphone in a hairbrush to listen to yourself brush
All
your
right.
hair.
So give us a rundown of everything about this for those who are unaware.
So the hairbrush, I cannot for the life of me remember the name of the company that did it, but
It's L'Oreal, Kerastase, and
Kerastase. That was the word I was looking for. Okay. And it has a few sensors in it. So it like looks like a normal hairbrush. It costs $200. It has
Accelerometer, gyroscope,
That's right.
all those sensors.
and then a microphone embedded like in the like where the bristles are to listen to you as you pull it through your hair to tell you like if you're brushing too hard somehow.
It's like if you're brushing too hard or if your hair is brittle, which, by the
That's
way,
right.
look in the mirror.
Yeah.
Or
It-
touch your head a couple times and then
Right.
get out the door.
It can analyze the angle. It can also tell if your hair is too wet or too dry.
Again, can't you tell if your hair is too wet or too dry? Did you lose your sense of touch?
I don't know. This is one of the most mind-boggling things I've seen at the show.
it feels
for
very
sure.
much like a solution in search of a problem. Like no one asked for this.
Like
except for somebody at L'Oreal. Somebody at L'Oreal was like, let's find a
clear-
way to put Bluetooth inside of the brush.
3 of the 4 people on this stage already have fabulous hair.
This
so
is
of course
true.
this is
True.
not a product for.
You have great hair too, it's just short.
Yeah, I mean, I did cut it off ahead of the show because
You're a quitter. I keep trying to tell you to grow it out.
Well, I mean, it's gonna grow out. I do it every winter. I cut it
Yeah.
down a little bit and then I just let it go. I'm not gonna get another haircut until like March probably.
You should just let it go until CES next year.
You know what our readers really want to hear about?
Our
Is
hair.
your grooming technique.
So
That's
much.
hey, this is what the podcast is for, man.
Yeah.
Really letting it all hang out.
Digressions.
All right, so let's move on from the brush and talk about something else ridiculous.
I don't know. What have you seen, Dana? What's been absurd?
So it's absurd, but there's a small part of me that actually wants this. I really kind of liked the voice-controlled trash can.
Okay. Explain.
No.
It's a no. I mean, ultimately, because there are trash cans with foot pedals where I can just step on it and open it, still in a hands-free sort of way. But
Right.
kind of like the idea.
What's the magic word to make it do it, or can you set your own? Is it just like open trash can or something?
No, I believe you could say open sesame or something to it.
Something cute like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was just open.
I mean, yeah, but if you
Sure.
say open sesame, you could say open asshole too if you wanted to.
Yeah.
And it would probably do the same thing.
Yeah.
I wonder how many people are gonna open it just like accidentally all the time when they just say the word open in conversation.
Or like a small kid that finds out that works and they're just
Yeah.
sitting in front of the trash can watching it open and close.
Yeah,
Well,
telling
that's
them
why
to
your
download
safe
it.
words always need to be distinguishable.
Yeah. This
Yeah.
is why it's hey Siri and okay Google. Damn it.
Did everybody's phones just go off?
Yeah.
I was waiting.
Okay, garbage person is going to be.
Yeah.
mine.
So, what else did we stuff bullshit into this year?
You know what else I really loved?
What?
The graffiti bot.
Oh, the graffiti bot is pretty dope.
I didn't see that. What does it do?
It is what it sounds like. It is a bot that is out there somewhere outside the convention center, autonomously doing graffiti.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool. Anonymously or autonomously?
Autonomous. Well,
it's not whatever that guy's name is. Banksy.
No.
Are we sure it's not Banksy?
I mean, it might be.
What?
Autonomous and anonymous.
And is this like a Google DeepMind situation where it's like formulating pictures on its own, or is someone like programming it with what it's supposed to do? Do we know?
What's the deal with that, Terrence?
That I'm not gonna lie, I'm not 100% sure. It is connected in some way for its. People are telling it what to draw, but it's not like an artist just put in a thing and it's going off and doing it.
I think, though, similar to Google's AI generated artwork, it's not very artistic. It's really pretty colors and neatly done, but not what you would call. It's all a little reductive, but that's just me going into art critic mode.
But it is. I don't know. There's some very big contemporary artists whose careers can be described exactly that way.
So yeah.
You know?
There are humans who fall into the same.
Right, and they make mega $1 million off of it.
Mm-hmm.
What happens when your robot starts to make money for you? That's the robot I want.
But there was a car concept shown off here. I think it may have been Honda, where the car can go and pick up passengers Uber style while you're at work and make you money.
Right. Yep.
While you're off not using the car
the new
yourself.
V, I believe.
So the question there is, do you trust a bunch of strangers in your car when you're not in it?
Nope.
I mean, I guess if the car's going to tell you if they misbehave.
Well, you could get one of those. You could get one of those
right?
home security drones that we saw pop up if they misbehave, tell them something.
I mean, it's like Airbnb for cars, basically, right?
Yeah.
People trust people in their homes when they're not there. I mean, usually, anytime I've used an Airbnb, the owner of the apartment is not like sleeping in the bed next to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, I don't know. I would have to clear out my drawers or something. I don't want everybody knowing what's in there.
Well, maybe it's just an income generating car. It's like your second vehicle that you just permanently rent out.
I could do that.
You know?
Just own an autonomous car that earns you money. That's all it does.
Get yourself like a Ford Fiesta or something.
Yeah.
Do you think you're gonna make autonomous Ford Fiestas?
No, they don't.
No.
Okay, that was dumb. What else was dumb?
Oh, I could keep going with the weird stuff. For the viewers at
Bring
home,
it.
I am the
Please
only
do.
Engadget staffer who has read every single CES related post.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of relying on you because I've read
No,
like
yes,
a
I know.
very
I've
tiny
read all
handful.
the things.
Fired.
Yep.
Did you see that thing? It looks like a BDSM gadget. It looks like someone's being gagged.
Oh,
yes.
And actually,
it's super Hannibal Lecter,
you
Clarice.
you speak into this thing that stretches across your face, and what it allows you to do is carry on a phone call in an open office layout, like what we have at Engadget, and you can carry on your conversation without annoying the people around you.
What is it called? It's called Hush Me or something like that, I think.
Yeah, it's called Hush Me,
Yes.
which is also the name of torture porn, I think.
I mean, it sounds about right.
I like this thing. How do we know how loud? Can you like put it on? Like if you get angry at work and just start screaming into it?
Oh, you
and
need
then no
one of
can hear you?
those.
Yeah, this would be very helpful for me. This is why I'm very interested in this.
You can. I mean, to be clear, there's no privacy shield covering the area from your nose up to here, so
Right.
you'd still be telling an angry story with your eyebrows and your other facial.
But if I can somehow learn to
flared
smile with my eyes as I'm screaming with my mouth, then I'm good.
Or you could just get Botox so it doesn't move up here.
Perma surprise.
Why don't we see more plastic surgery gadgets here?
Because what would that be?
I don't know, like a new Botox delivery drone, or
That sounds super dangerous.
I
You want a
mean, like
machine sticking your face with needles?
Sounds
Really?
like
we trust robots to do surgery on us.
That's true. There's the Da Vinci or whatever
I
it
guess
is.
as long as it's operated by like a trained physician.
What's the point of having a robot if you have to operate it?
It allows you more fine-grained control.
As Terrence
sensitivity.
proved, some of us get the shakes when we're pouring. You know what I'm saying?
I'm actually not too bad today.
Yeah, that was good.
Pretty steady.
But that's why some doctors, they shouldn't be
I mean,
out of the game
how
just because they
complicated
lost
is
a little bit.
Botox injection that you'd need a robot to do it anyway?
I don't know. Let's ask somebody who knows.
Anybody out there have Botox?
Anybody? Show of hands. Not something people want to talk about.
Not a lot of Botox people here at CES.
So Dana, I want to talk about one other thing. Sorry,
Sure.
I hijacked
No,
your
it's
show.
cool.
I want to talk about an unexpected gadget that you've gotten very excited about. We at first kind of all laughed a little bit when we heard about it, I think, and then it was like, oh shit, this is like actually useful.
Yeah.
The breast pump.
The Willow, yeah. Yeah, I mean, at first we rolled our eyes. We're like, oh, great, another smart thing. Everything has to be smart these days. But
Right.
actually, a smart breast pump makes sense just because until now they've all been tethered to a wall outlet. So if it's time for a woman to pump, and nursing women pump several times a day, it means you stop what you're doing, you're at your desk or you're at your dining room table, you're not moving for a while. Maybe you can read magazines or work on a laptop, but that's it. I mean, you're sort of parked. And instead these devices slip into your bra and do the work, allowing you to still move around and maybe do other things with your hands still free.
And they're also like a lot lower profile, right? Like, aren't other breast pumps like just bigger and
Yeah, it's
more
like a test
awkward
tube
generally?
sort of dangling off.
Yeah.
Yeah, which, I mean, I don't really care about the aesthetics as much as some other people. At least
Right.
at least if you're in the comfort of your own home, perhaps if you're nursing at work in the office, which many women are,
Yeah.
you would want as portable and discreet of a device as possible.
Yeah.
And this thing, like, sort of, it looks ergonomic. It conforms to the shape of the breast, slips into the bra in a, well, I don't think anybody's used it on our staff yet, but like, in a pretty inconspicuous way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're already nursing bras, right? Which have sort of a slot that makes it easy to take the boob in and out. So
Yeah.
this probably, too, would be easy enough to sort of put in and take out. Not that you'd wear it on you all day. It doesn't sound very comfortable
No.
having pieces of plastic against your chest all day.
No, I can see how that might be a little uncomfortable.
Yeah.
We are getting the wrap-up sign. We gotta.
Already?
Already?
I blame this on you.
Yeah.
It's all going down after this.
So I guess just before we go, because this is the last podcast of the week.
Ever.
Yeah.
How do you guys feel about CES in general? You feeling okay about it?
I feel great, mostly because I made you guys do all the work.
Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome.
How about you, Gorman?
I mean, it's been a really good show. I've been very excited with all the awesome guests we've had on stage here. Pumped to do the awards later
Yeah.
on this evening, 5 p.m. Y'all check it out, the best of CES.
Yeah, everybody's got to tune in for that.
Yeah, but it's been a very good show. Other than the fact that we had to fly in on the 1st and we're
Yeah.
not flying out until Monday, that's been kind of a bummer. But otherwise, the show's been good.
Yeah. Dana, how you feeling?
I mean, I'd say we came, we saw, and we saw.
And we saw.
And we
we're
saw,
still seeing.
And
Yeah.
we're still seeing, and hopefully it's been fun for readers at home to sort of enjoy the show in a less stressful way than it would be for us, where
Yeah.
you can just
Yeah.
sort of digest it all at your own leisure.
Yeah.
What about you, Terrence?
I mean, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm pretty beat, but that's just CES every year. There's not a lot
Yeah.
of sleep, a whole lot of work. But, you know, I got to drink scotch with Nick Offerman, so nothing else fucking matters.
Yeah. That was a good day.
So it's all over. It's all downhill from here for you,
Yeah, that's
right?
pretty much it.
You peaked.
Yep,
Life
I'm done.
pinnacle reached.
All right, so that is it. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for joining me.
Thanks for the massage.
Thank you, guys.
You're very welcome.
And make sure to check back for the awards at 5 and the other stuff in between. I actually don't know what's coming up.
There's a video game thing.
There's a
if
video
you guys like
game.
watching people make fools of themselves, stick around.
We got that in spades, y'all.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks.
Bye, guys.
How well do we know our cars? Pretty well, as it turns out. From their form to their sounds. We knew them as our home away from home. But how well do our cars know us? This is not a question we could answer. Until now. It's been a while since the last milestone, but technology is reigniting our story as a true partner in our evolution. It's intelligence empowered by a common understanding. It's automation shielding us from the unexpected. It's connectivity, broadening what's possible. The car has never failed to inspire us. But as we spend more time together, it will grow to truly understand us. Knowing what moves us, protecting us under any circumstance, anticipating our curiosities, and sparking our imaginations. More than a machine, it will become our friend, car and driver. What was once an unspoken bond will now progress on new grounds of mutual affection. Together, we've come a long way. So let's keep going.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senior Vice President, Automotive Operations, Toyota Motor Sales, Bob Carter.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so happy to welcome you here to the 2017 Consumer Electronics Show. But before I begin and tell you about what we brought to this year's show, I'd like to acknowledge and welcome a very important executive for all of us, our Senior Managing Officer, all the way from Toyota Motor Corporation in Japan, Mr. Tomiyama. Tomiyama-san, great to see you. Now, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't take just a few minutes of your time to talk about the industry sales results that just closed last evening. The industry ended with the best ever December in the history of the U.S. automobile industry, with an annualized rate of 17.5 million sales, exceeding 2015, and provided the 7th consecutive year of growth in the U.S. But most notably, we've seen the car-truck mix move from 50-50 to about 37-63 over just the last 3 years, which really demonstrates that this movement of consumer preference to SUVs and trucks is real and sustaining. Toyota Motor sales sold 2.45 million vehicles in 2016 in the U.S. The brand was the #1 retail brand for the 5th consecutive year, and it was our 15th consecutive year where Camry was the #1 selling vehicle in America. And our Lexus brand had a terrific year in its 2nd best year in its 27-year history. So, okay, let's get on to it. Toyota has an amazing floor display this year over at the Convention Center that we're really proud of. You're going to get a first look at our next generation telematics system that we call Entune 3.0. We're also showing off the Smart Device Link, and it's our new platform for app developers to be able to connect smartphones and vehicles. So I would encourage everyone, as you have a few minutes over the next couple of days, to please stop by our booth and take a look. But today we're going to do something a bit different. We're going to introduce you to a really special concept vehicle. And we're going to tell you why we believe it's so special. Because all of this talk about advances in automotive technology, it's really easy to lose sight of why we build cars. We make them for people. And at Toyota, we think the most important question isn't whether vehicles of the future will be equipped with automated or connected technologies. Of course they will. But the most important question is this: what is the relationship, what will the relationship be like between those new vehicles of the future and the people who use them? Will that relationship be cold, robotic, sterile, tool-like? Are we going to be building just technology on wheels and nothing more? Or can technology be warm and friendly, engaging, immersive? Because cars have always done more than just get us from point A to point B. Cars have become our home on wheels, and we connect with our cars. We build an emotional relationship, and thanks to the research into advanced artificial intelligence, we think the future of the automobile is a vehicle that connects with us. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce to you the advanced artificial intelligence system we call UE. Now, UE learns from us, grows with us, builds a relationship that's meaningful and emotional. Now, what does that mean? UE learns our preferences and our lifestyle and remembers where we like to go, pays attention to whether we're happy or sad, and helps in ways that are both big and small while anticipating our needs and improving our life. So UE, what are you still doing up on the screen? Why don't you come down and show everybody our new amazing car? What do you think? Isn't this a gorgeous car? Say hello to the Toyota Concept I. I want to recognize and congratulate a few people. First, our Caldy Studio Chief Engineer, Ian Cartabiano. Ian, welcome. As well as the rest of our Caldy design team that worked on this beautiful car, as well as our Chief Engineer, Akabi. Akabi-san, thank you for joining us. They've done some amazing work to bring this car to life. But there's more to it than just a pretty face. The Caldy team developed a concept that we're calling kinetic warmth. It's a design philosophy that's guided every element of the Concept I's creation, beginning with artificial intelligence. Now, it follows our belief that the vehicle of the future should not start with just technology. It should start with the experience of the people who use it. And so we built the Concept I from the inside out, focusing on making it immersive, warm, and energetic. With a user experience assistance from the Toyota Innovation Hub in San Francisco, the interior is designed to help support that user experience. Now, you'll notice lines flow from the center of the dashboard throughout the vehicle, and UE can travel around them using light, sound, and even touch to communicate critical information. There's an amazing 3D heads-up display to help keep the driver's eyes, and most importantly, their attention to the road. But information also appears like magic on the dashboard, on the walls, on the seats, wherever you need it, whenever you need it. Even the exterior of the vehicle is about building a relationship between the car and the world around it, communicating with others on the road while expressing motion and excitement and even a little bit of magic. But this is not just a design story. Now, for years, we at Toyota said that we need to look beyond simple driver-vehicle interface and focus on the driver-vehicle relationship. Now, thanks to UE, the Concept I is built to enhance that relationship. This is a vehicle that grows with you. The more you drive, the smarter UE gets. It learns to anticipate your needs, and that intelligence is more than about just planning your next route. UE uses sophisticated biometric systems to monitor the driver's attention and emotions, and can help determine when to trade off control of the vehicle between automated and manual driving, depending on the conditions. With UE and Concept I, the car and the driver, well, they become as one, as teammates. And this is a team that I know I'm going to want to be part of because it's just fun. Concept I is kinetic, it's exciting, and it's passionate. And thanks to the Concept I advanced automated driving technologies, it's a car that people with all levels of ability are going to be able to experience. And that's what it all comes back to. Using technology to help people in ways, whether it's big or small, whether they're in or outside of cars. Now, this Concept I isn't going to be on the road tomorrow, but we still have an awful lot of work to do. But guess what, folks? We will be evaluating many of the Concept I's features and technologies on the road in Japan within the next few years. And I, for one, I can't wait.
Elephant, scary ass gorilla. Okay, these ran out really quickly, I forgot. You may not know it, but this old kid's toy is actually an example of early virtual reality, first introduced in the 1930s. Gamers have been collectively losing their minds over virtual reality since Sega's VR headset arrived in 1991, even though it sort of barely reacted to the movements of a wearer's head. But it all actually got its start way earlier, as far back as the Sensorama in the 1950s. You had to stick your whole head in it. Sounds totally easy to use, right? By the 1970s, MIT had gotten on board and created a so-called hypermedia and VR system called the Aspen Movie Map, which let people check out Aspen, Colorado through its seasons, but it was pretty clunky. People started writing books about VR dystopias, and while it was too high a price for the average person to buy, industry started adopting some VR for car design or medical applications. All very important stuff. But once game companies got involved and computers got more sophisticated, VR started to really come together. Now that the headgear seems to be sorted out, what with the rise in popularity of the Oculus Rift and its competitors, the next frontier is clearly the accessories. More specifically, why can't you use your hands and feet in VR in a way that feels real? It's basically the equivalent of this. This is hard to control. Even I have joined the masses in fangirling over the Virtuix Omni, which I got to try out at last year's CES. Woo! That was awesome. But this treadmill reality has been in development for years now. So we remain treadmill-less and still stuck with just hand controllers that don't measure up. Mattel had the Power Glove back in the 80s, and y'all, as clunky as it was, that's kind of where the tech stayed. However, there's an Edward Scissorhands feature out there that might change all of that. These are Dexmo gloves. They give feedback on each finger with pressure.
So shall we get started?
Yes.
So right now we're basically just trying to fit the shape of the user's hand. The unit is made up of a motor and a gear system that will behave like a virtual spring. So you can apply different level of forces to your fingertips. Yeah, the reason we have to tie this to your hand at the moment is because Valve hasn't open sourced their trackers yet, but they will. It may look complex at this stage, but in the future it will be a lot easier.
You can add like self-tightening functionality like Nike's. Yeah. Oh my God, wait, I'm a cyborg. I feel a little bit like a superhero. And I like it. In virtual reality, people get very excited about stuff like this, so you must have people breathing down your neck.
Yes, but I'm actually pretty confident because our competitors' solutions, they only solve the first half, which is the motion capturing. But that's not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is when you're interacting with virtual objects and your hand is penetrating through the digital objects and it immediately interrupts the immersion. What Dexmo enables you to do is it lets you touch and feel the shape of the object and the size of the object, also the stiffness of the object.
Ooh, rubber ducky!
Yeah, squeeze it.
Does it make the noise?
Yeah, and let go. There you go.
I need the audio cues to be able to squeeze this duck. If it didn't make that noise afterward, it wouldn't be the same. Even though I can feel this, I can still see that there's nothing in my hand, so the next step will be tricking me completely. Oh, it says this is real. So they put this thing on me and suddenly I stepped into this like grid pattern room straight out of a like 1980 whatever, that car racer movie. What's the name of that movie? I'm in Tron.
There are 3 parts in this demo. On your left, there's a lever. There you go.
That is so satisfying.
Yeah. If you go to the second part of it, which is a knob that says Dexter on it, if you grasp it, then you turn it slowly to the right. Yeah, there you go.
Am I turning up the power?
Yeah,
ooh,
you're turning up the power. So the sun goes with the electricity.
More power! Red.
Yeah, there we go.
Ooh, mood lighting, yellow. Pushing. That makes me sick.
So yeah, so this is a demo showing how the gloves can give you a physical presence of actually being in this type of control environment.
This is super fun. This is so much fun. No problem.
Oh, just let go of it. Wait. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Got it.
You guys, I'm a pro at this now. This makes me want to like construct. really easy IKEA furniture for 10 minutes. That's it?
That's it for our
I'm
experience.
gonna cry like a 5-year-old.
Don't worry.
Super fun.
2 years later, ideally, everybody should be able to experience this.
I have to wait 2 years?
Well, no, you have to think it this way. You're 2 years ahead of most people.
I'm way ahead. With the way medical innovations and gaming are going, we will all be cyborgs soon enough. But stuff like this will make fans out of even me. That was awesome. I am not trying to say the Dexmo gloves are the solution for us all. They won't actually be available for a few years, so who knows who might swoop in the meantime. Whatever the solution, no matter how incremental the improvements, we need something that tricks your mind into thinking your hands are there in the VR space too. Because we should all be able to scale mountains and channel He-Man or She-Ra or both, and trick yourself into thinking you're really there and escape where you are. Like if you want to pretend you're a kid while being at work.
Drop it low, let me play that back. Drop it low, let me play that back. Drop it low, let me play that back. Drop it low, let me play that back.
Welcome to Engadget's 4th annual Best of CES Awards, the only award show that really truly matters, Christopher.
It feels like we were here yesterday.
I know, but we're back. I am your host, Michael Gorman, and joining me tonight, our executive editor, Christopher Trout. How are you, Christopher?
I'm doing all right. I got some champagne. Saying that slowly because it's been a long day.
That's right, and a long week, but we also have our other little robotic assistant here, Curry the robot.
Say hello, Curry. Oh, you can't. But she can do that.
Yeah, she can still emote, which is good. Okay, tonight we're going to be awarding the finest products to be found at CES 2017. Very exciting.
We will also be drinking all of the champagne, and I'm sorry that y'all can't partake.
So, let's get this party started.
Sounds good. Tonight's first award is for Best Accessibility Tech, and the nominees are Will Model M All-Terrain Wheelchair, Dring Smart Cane, Era Assistance System for the Visually Impaired, and the winner is
the Will Model M.
Unexpected appearance by the Will Model M, but here it is. Will the wheelchair be accepting the award tonight, or one of you will? It's nice to see these things in action. Go ahead and take your photo. I'll get out of your way. Curry's really feeling this one, by the way, guys. Thank you.
Here we go. It's a dope wheelchair.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it looks great. You want to get this moving on?
Yes, while we wait for Will to finish up. Our next category is the best startup. And the nominees are the 7 Hugs Smart Remote, the IRA Assistance System for the Visually Impaired, Amber Agriculture's Grain Silo Monitoring System, and the Ant Energy Power Bank. And the winner is Amber Agriculture!
I hope y'all aren't bringing a giant agricultural
Yeah, we don't have room
machine
for a
up
grain
here
silo
for
up
us.
here, y'all. Do we have Amber in the house?
Just humans, no machines this time. I don't know that a grain silo would have fit up here, and I don't know how well it would have photographed either.
Yeah. Transporting those is a tricky situation also.
Not the most photogenic of devices.
Congratulations, guys.
The next category is for the best digital health and fitness product. These are products that keep you healthy and fit.
Gotta stay fit, y'all. It's important.
As the name would denote. And the nominees are the Willow Smart Breast Pump, Plume's Flow Air Quality Sensor, the Sleep Number 360 Smart Bed. I really wish I was in one of those right now.
Yeah, that sounds nice.
And the Fisher-Price Smart Cycle. And the winner is Willow! Hi, congratulations.
Next up, we have the best wearable. It's a very hard category to understand. It's stuff you can wear.
On
And
your
there's a lot
person.
of great stuff.
Or
that
your
you can
robot.
wear. Yeah, that too. Okay. The nominees are the Misfit Vapor Smartwatch, the Willow Smart Breast Pump, the Everlast and Peak Boxing Hand Wrap, and the Casio WSD F20 Android Wear Smartwatch. That's a mouthful.
They usually are.
Yep. And the winner is Willow!
Willow!
Once again!
Encore!
Dial it back up.
You're piling up like Mariah Carey on Grammys night. Well, yeah, that was a unfortunate mistake. we'll take a drink every time you come up. The next category is for best automotive tech, and as we've seen at this show, it's a huge category that just keeps getting bigger.
So big, it's not even all just cars. It's a little bit more than cars.
And we are going to have a car come up here, so you guys are going to have to wait for about half an hour.
Yep.
Maybe a couple days.
There's a forklift.
Airlifting
It's
it
a whole
in.
situation.
And the nominees are Honda's Riding Assist, Honda's New V, is that right?
Yep, you got it.
Chrysler Portal, and the Toyota Concept I. And the winner is Honda's Riding Assist. Get it, Honda?
Way to go, y'all.
I was joking about the car. Sorry, guys. I know you wanted to hang out here with us for a while longer.
All right, next up, we have the best home theater product.
What might that be?
I don't know. Let's find out. And the nominees are Sony's HT ST5000 soundbar, the Mohu wireless antenna, Dish's Air TV, and Razer's Project Ariana projector. And the winner is
Dish Air TV.
Seems like Dish wins something every year. Well
you know,
done.
we're
Well
used to having
done.
them up here on the stage. Welcome back. Yep. Yep.
Congratulations.
The next category is Best Connected Home Products. This is a product that connects your home to the Internet of Things.
Or to other things.
It's all about things in this
Connectivity.
category.
Yes.
And the nominees are the 7Hug Smart Remote, Emotech's Ollie Machine Learning Assistant, very emo.
Emotional.
The Whirlpool Zera Food Recycler, and I want one of these for my home.
Yeah.
And the Mattel Aristotle Virtual Assistant for Kids. I'm a little concerned that kids have personal assistants these days.
But they need them too. Kids got stuff happening, man.
I would like to see a stage mom robot someday.
Yeah, someday, maybe.
A little bit more terrifying.
Helicopter drone mom situation.
And the winner is the Whirlpool Zera
Food Recycler. Well done. Do we have Whirlpool in the house?
Come on down, Whirlpool.
No.
There we are.
Hey.
I'm going to be photobombing. Thanks a lot, guys.
The next category is a very broad one. It's the best innovation, parentheses, disruptive technology. It's a big bucket.
Disruption.
It's a big bucket to fill. And the nominees are Honda's Riding Assist technology, the Razer Project Ariana, and LG's OLED W Series TVs. Who do we think won?
I could tell you, but why don't we do it together?
Okay. And the winner is
Honda's
Riding
Riding Assist.
technology.
Dang.
That's two.
I'm looking. This is looking like Adele though on Grammy's night. They got a lot of fans. Whirlpool does.
Yeah. It's something they
Paparazzi
should be
popping
proud
off like
of.
crazy.
Yeah.
And the next category is the most mobile of our categories, meaning that you can take it with you. Not really.
Non-sedentary devices is what we're looking at.
It's tablets and phones, y'all.
Yeah, yeah.
And the nominees are the BlackBerry Mercury, making a comeback, Asus's ZenFone AR, the Samsung Chromebook Plus, that shouldn't be a mouthful, but it is, and the ZTE Blade V8 Pro. And the winner is the Asus ZenFone AR.
Do we have?
Yep, right over here. Curry approved.
Congratulations. It's a very nice phone. Okay, next up we have the best TV product. We all know TVs are a huge deal at CES. This is something we look forward to every year.
This is, as someone reading off of a teleprompter, the hardest of the categories to call.
They are. Usually the names are real good. So let's get to them. The nominees are LG's OLED W Series TVs, Samsung's QLED 4K lineup, the Sony XBR A1E OLED.
Come on, Sony, with the
Yeah,
naming.
they're killing me. And Amazon's Fire TVs, made by multiple manufacturers. And the winner is the LG OLED W Series.
Thank you, LG, for
That is a
naming
beautiful
that simply.
television.
Very intense music for the TV screen, for an intense TV. Our next category is for Best Gaming Product, a category that I am intimately familiar with.
Yes, you love to game. Yeah, that's all you do.
And the nominees are the Razer Project Ariana, the Rocket Cone? Rocket, sorry guys. Cone EMP wireless mouse, the NVIDIA GeForce Now game streaming service, and Liquid Sky free-to-play game streaming service. A couple of those here tonight.
Streaming games is a big deal now.
And the winner is
Razer's Project Ariana.
some serious faces on these Razer guys.
Yeah.
Very serious business over there in that gaming company.
Gaming is serious business. But now we're on to the best offbeat product at CES. And the nominees are L'Oreal and Withings Kerastase Hair Coach. That's a smart brush, y'all.
You could use one.
Yeah, I could. Only I don't need it. Anyway, Fisher-Price's Smart Cycle, the Popeye e-ink backpack, and the Love Box.
Very intimate device.
It is. It's a very sweet little box. And the winner is Fisher-Price's Smart Cycle.
And yes, I have been photobombing all of the pictures. You guys will see me creeping in the background. Next up is one of our lighter categories this go round. It seems that people maybe aren't as worried about doing it themselves these days.
Yeah, not as so much DIYing happening at CES.
Yep, but we are here to present the best maker-friendly tech. And the nominees are XYZ Printing's DaVinci Nano 3D printer and the Lego Boost.
Gotta love Legos.
You know?
Except for James True, he hates Legos.
And the winner is the
Lego
Boost. Come and get it, Lego. Oh, and you got the products. Very simple getting it up here, too.
Next up, we have the category that's nearest and dearest to managing editor Dana Woolman's heart. We're talking laptops and PCs, y'all. It's time for the best PCs, excuse me.
Keep it
Personal
PC.
computers. I'm having a hard time here. The nominees are LG Gram 14, the Samsung Chromebook Pro, the Dell XPS 13 2-in-1, and HP's Sprout Pro G2, repping the desktops. And the winner is the Dell XPS 13 2-in-1.
This guy came prepared just in case it starts to snow on stage. Gotta stay warm. The next category is a very special category because both of my co-hosts here are robots. I know he looks really realistic. But,
Welcome to the
this one's
Uncanny
got all
Valley,
the brains.
everyone. It's not real.
The best robot or drone. And the nominees are the PowerRay underwater fishing robot, UFI's Draco HD racing drone, Alarm.com's very terrifying drone-based security system.
They're coming for you, a swarm of them.
You do not want to meet this thing in a dark alley.
No, not at all.
And, of course, our robot co-host, Curry.
Good luck,
Best
Curry.
of luck.
Good luck.
And the winner is
Uvivi's Draco HD. Sorry, Curry. Maybe next year.
You're a lovely robot, Curry.
Yes.
It's just, you know.
And now...
People love the drones.
Now it's the moment you've all been waiting for.
Oh, you're going to shut up now?
No, definitely not. It's time for the best of the best. It's Top Gun time, y'all. The device that won the whole damn show, that is CES 2017.
Serious business.
Yeah. Are y'all ready for it? Yeah, I can tell everyone's super excited. Let's get on with it. And the winner is... LG's OLED W Series. It's a hell of a TV, y'all. Well done, LG. Do we have? Are they still here?
Yep, they're coming.
Here we go. Bringing it back.
Coming up from the back of the building. You have room for all that stuff in your hands? I wasn't kidding about photobombing these. You're gonna.
Yeah.
I know that we've already said this. This is actually the last award, and definitely not the least important.
Absolutely not. It's the most important to the people.
It's also one of the most predictable awards of the year.
Indeed.
It is our People's Choice Award.
Yeah.
And if you've been here before, you might know what to expect.
Yeah, or the year before. Or the year before that, even.
And the winner is...
Razor's Project Ariana!
And these guys
People love Razor, y'all.
They won't bring the product on stage, but they will bring their entire crew.
Very proud.
Yeah.
To win the people's
Squad
respect
goals.
and love. I hear you.
Thanks, guys.
Well done.
Oh wait, they gotta get a couple more in.
Yeah.
Y'all, we got a show to do here.
It's okay. We can just stand here in the background and chit chat with Curry.
Where we usually are.
Yeah.
The wind beneath
Well done,
everyone's
man.
wings.
Yeah. We can handle it.
Thanks a lot, guys.
It's not our first rodeo
Congratulations.
either. Okay, that's a wrap, folks. Thank you to all of our nominees, and of course to our little friend Curry for
You're a lovely,
being
lovely
so
robot.
damn cute and helping us look good up here on stage. That's it for the Best of CES Awards 2017. Thank you, and good night.